Record, go live, do it up. No, I have to actually. There we go. Confirm and go live. That's what I like to do. Actually, want to hear what he does there because I've never heard the stream start. If I'm being honest. All right, cool. Everything's fine. Nothing's broken. It's extremely important to note that. We gotta put out the word. Get the word out. What is this? Hold on. Sweet. I'm sorry in advance. We got these 2 bunny day eggs, 3 bunny day eggs, 4 bunny day eggs into Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. Woo. Why is my cheer thing different? Huh. You know what? I don't think Drama's been here all week. Can I say anything about? Live now. Live now. Tetris 99 is my Greward's my name. Tetris is my game. Rambling incoherently is my multiple dots game. Tweet. Tweet, tweet. Any games I can recommend to you? You're bored. Okay. I can attempt to. What systems are you most... All my games are now boring. What systems and genres do you have interest in? Because I don't want to list off, like, you should play Gone Home if you're not interested in playing a walking simulator. You know what I mean? Trying to think of what games I've been enjoying Mario Odyssey a lot. I've really enjoyed Breath of the Wild, but you might have already played those or might not have a Switch, in which case, not the greatest of advice. I also don't know what games you've been playing that have become boring, which I understand. It's a very understandable sensation. All right. You gotta settle in, everybody. We're gonna be here for a while. It's gonna be Tetris time for a while. It's gonna be Tetris time with your Tetris boy. And that's me. I'm your Tetris boy. Oh, no. 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 How about no? There's something about no, I say. I'm trying to think of what other games I've even played recently. New Vegas is fun. God, I'm listing games from like 10 years ago. PS4, and like anything except anime games. That is a valid answer. I'm trying to think of anything that might be sort of like kind of out there, but I don't know how much of it might be available for PS4. I played a game called Fortune 499 recently. That was quite good. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, dang. I don't know. I'm really bad at advertising, at, like, recommending games to people because I don't really have that much variety in my game diet. That's definitely a term people use when they're talking about real things like humans do. But, trying to think what else is, you know, a good time. Where's my list here? God, I have just this list of things that I've not done much of anything with. I don't know. I feel uniquely unqualified somehow. I spend all day playing video games every day of my life, and yet I feel unqualified to answer the question, can you recommend games to me? Yeah. Unfortunately, I might have to be my answer because I don't want to lead you into thinking that I know what I'm talking about. Oh, man. It's unfortunate. I know PS4 has quite a lot of options, at the very least. You know, it's not like something like the Ouya or something. No. Ouya. Yes! The modern console everyone's talking about. The Ouya. Truly, Dreward. Oh, you might look into, if you haven't already gotten these, getting something like the Spyro trilogy or the Crash trilogy, because I've only heard good things about those remasters. They look gorgeous. They seem to play quite well, and like it's a type of game that isn't really around anymore in any meaningful way of like collectathon or whatever you want to call it. Which is neat, you know. It's neat to kind of like go back to that era of games and be like, oh yeah, this was a thing that we all did and was enjoyable, and you know, so that might be a good grab. Might not be too expensive either as a result of being out for a while. There was something that came out recently that I'm thinking of the exact thing I just said. Sorry, I follow someone on Instagram who doesn't get games quite often, and she recently posted about getting Spyro Reignited, and I was like, for some reason I had mistaken that for a new game. Oh boy, this is really not conducive to me surviving, if you know what I mean here. Really shouldn't have done that, but you know what? We're gonna live with our mistakes. I'm not getting any KOs. I've just realized that. That's a bad time for me as a potential individual in this game who wants to win. Well, there I go. That's no Crash Bandicoot. That's how you break your controller. I got 5 points. Wait, seriously? Oh man, I gotta do better than that if I want to get anywhere near the top of this fucking chart. I'm trying to think if there's any good indie games that I'm familiar with that are out and about right now. I know Stardew is on every console ever, which is it's good. Stardew Valley is good. It's just it might not necessarily be. I feel like Stardew Valley would be more divisive if the Harvest Moon sect of gaming wasn't already a thing. You know what I mean? Like I think that if Stardew Valley sprung from the head of Zeus, fully formed in our modern era, it would be like, this is for casuals. This game is for idiots. This game's stupid and I hate it. And then I'd be people on the other side would be like, actually, no, it's not for idiots. It's not stupid. It's fun. And just because it doesn't involve shooting people doesn't make it bad. But instead, because it's already an established genre, it escapes the ire of people who are, like, just mean and don't like other people having fun. People who are, like, really heavily into, like, defining video games in a way that excludes, like, casual games, they really just, I don't know. I don't understand the logic of it. It's just gatekeeping, pure and simple. It's not conducive to anybody having a good time. Because, like, if we all were like, oh, I don't want anything unoriginal in my games, then, like, we wouldn't have, like, Half-Life was thought of as a Doom clone for a while because it's what first-person shooters were called before first-person shooter was the term, was Doom clone. I don't know. You feel free to ask other people in chat too when they show up, because it'll definitely be. I think other people in chat are more knowledgeable about games than I am, which is my sort of world. Yeah. I just think we should actively avoid doing that. Also, hi, Justice Fury. I didn't say hello. But yeah, I think we should avoid being gatekeepers. Like, it's just not nice. It's not conducive to us getting the things we like. We live, as long as we live in a capitalist situation where we need money to fund the stuff that we want to have made, like, it is not in our best interest to, like, gatekeep. We are better off making sure that everybody can and does enjoy all the things that we enjoy. That way we can ensure we'll get more of those things. But I don't know. The idea that people act in their own best interest without exception is a fallacy of economics in and of itself. And that's not me being like, oh, people are dumb. That's me being like, people can be tricked quite easily. We very often do not do things that are in our best interest. For example, I ate Pizza Hut a little while ago. That's not in my best interest. That's actually quite the opposite. No, I want this. There we go. But yeah, we're all very easily tricked as humans. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. I think, as far as I know, it's a good shooty-shoot game. Though I've heard from Zen, so it's anecdotal, but I've heard that the matchmaking lately has been full of people who just don't have, like, who just aren't, like, team players. But that might just be the experiences of Zen. It might be a platform-exclusive thing. It might be that Zen's playing on PC and on other platforms is more friendly. I don't know. That's one of those things that I can't speak to. But as far as I know, it's a competently made and fun to play shooter. It's been around for a while, as far as I'm aware. I don't play a lot of shooters because I'm not into shooters per se, which is honestly just a thing for me. It's not even like a hard and fast rule. It's just more of like a I am to shooters what most people are to like Stardew Valley. Like it's just not my cup of tea. And that's fine. We can all be different. And in fact, we're better off when we accentuate our differences and live with differences that can be lived with. Most shooter games. Yeah, my only issue, my issue with them honestly isn't even necessarily that I don't like them. It's that for me, they all get kind of samey after a while. Which is like, it's just a perceptive thing of my own. Like, it's not at all an actual criticism of the genre in the slightest. It's genuinely just, they all, it's, I feel the same way about shooters that someone who probably would have lived during the 90s would have felt about platformers. You know what I mean? Like, it is the dominant genre of the day. And as a result, like, I am not a huge fan of them, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I'm not into them. That was bad. Oh, that was bad. That was a mispress on my part. I got 25 points. Yay. Okay, so you get the most points. The scaling is like logarithmic or something, or like exponential rather. Like, I don't think you get anything if you're less than 50. And I don't think, and you get 100 once you get to number 1. So it's not like, oh, you get 99 points if you're number 2, 98, and so on and so forth. It's like, you get 0 until you get to 50. And then you get fucking 50 until you get to the last 5. And then, you know, going until you get to 100 at number 1. Yeah, I should play more video games, I say, spending all day playing video games as is. I should play more varied video games is sort of what I mean when I say that. Like, I right now have, like, all sorts of stuff installed on Steam that I really should just fucking play. Because it's otherwise just taking up space on my hard drive to not touch it. And, like, I should just do it and be done. But I don't know. I'm stubborn and weird and refuse to do things in my own best interest. That feels like a theme for today. Like, just the exploration of human beings don't do things in our own best interest, and we should all acknowledge that and make that like a known thing that we are, like, aware of. Oh boy. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, I gotta clear some lines. I gotta clear some lines, I say, expressing the objective of the game I'm playing. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. We're going down in an earlier round, baby. Go back to the crew, too. Okay. I don't even think of racing games. I never think of those. Which is, again, just a reflection of myself. I should get Mario Kart and play Mario Kart. Mario Kart? But, yeah, I don't know. I remember I played a lot of Forza in college with my roommate because he had Forza and we would play it, but I never really got into the Forza genre, the Forza subset of racing games, I'll call it, because I have no other idea what to call it. But sort of the like realistic games where you have to drive like stick shift if you want to win, and you gotta like be really good, like all that stuff. And I was like, I don't know about all this. I have to be good at things. I don't know about this. I don't know about no video game where I gotta be good at stuff. Woo. Very telling of the kind of person I am, that I'm like, I don't know about no video game where I gotta be good at things. Ooh. I'm a disaster of a person. But you know what? That's fine. And that's important that we acknowledge that it's fine to be a disaster as long as you acknowledge you're a disaster. And you care to make yourself better and less of a disaster. Oh boy. There we go. Oh, Jesus. I don't have as much of a chip on my shoulder today as I usually do. A chip on my shoulder today as I usually do. Sorry, I kind of ran right through that as fast as I could. Usually I come in Tetris and I'm kind of like angry. I just sort of rant about whatever. But I don't know. I don't really feel like ranting about like actually important shit today. I want to do well in this event thing they got going on, which is of its own merit not going to be a thing I can really feasibly do, while also being like, I'm right and everybody else is wrong. Oh boy. Though essentially all arguments do boil down to I'm right and everybody else is wrong. It really does sometimes come down to that. Which is fine. It's fine. We're only human. Any attempt to make us less human is just a, I don't know. I think it's a folly. I think it's missing the point. Any desire, I think, for us to be like, we should shed our humanity. It's like, nah, I don't want to shed my humanity, though. I'm actually pretty okay with my humanity. That's kind of the one part that I'm cool with. I'm down to get rid of everything else going on right now. Humanity, though, I'm down with my humanity. Expressing the very human opinion of I'm down with my humanity. Fuck me. Can I get some long pieces, please? Thank you. Okay. Now I want some badges. And I want you guys who I'm attacking to give me your fucking badges, nerd. Give them to me. Give. Just angrily shouting, give me your badges as I fucking drop Tetrises on them back to back. Yeah! Yeah! That's the fucking T. Oh yeah, I like targeting this person. Yeah, target me back. Do it. Target me back. Do it. I dare you. You fool. You imbecile. Wow. Extremely cool person, Druid. Repeatedly addresses someone as fool, imbecile, while daring them to punch him in the face. Oh, boy. Mood. Oh. 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 There we go. All right. I don't know. I feel like I'm a little out of sorts. That's the phrase. That's the idea. I slept weird. Oh, I just realized I have laundry I need to move to the dryer. Whoops. I might have to run and quickly do that once I lose. Sweet. This person's trying to scare me. Oh, boy. No! Whatever. I could have done it. 47 points. Okay. I am going to put the big back soon screen and then come right back. I swear I won't be long. Sorry. Was this song as good? The Rimsky-Korsakov Vlad Bumblebee remix, or is it the silence on the "Be Back Soon" screen? Thank you for the host, by the way. And nope. That's from yesterday. Thank you to Zeus for beating my ass. And I'm a 420er. Oh, the silence. The sound of silence. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Yeah, I realized I started a little laundry like 12 hours ago. Because I'm a disaster. And I was like, hey, let me just... Oh, boy. Now, this could be interesting. But don't give up on me. Oh, they all gave up. Gosh dang. I thought they were really gonna try and kill me. Ooh, woo. Wow. I did not need all of them to do it, apparently. Apparently, 2 of them are gonna do the job of the majority. Whoops, that was foolish. Well, that was not much better. Wow, I am inundated with sparklies each attack now. You bet your ass, KO. Man, this is gonna be a good game. This many, like, potential KOs this early. Real good stuff. They see me rolling, and they hating. I don't know, man. I feel like maybe, just maybe, we might have crossed the border into the zone, as we are wont to do, as I'm sure all of you know, is a hobby of mine. Oh, everybody else left. Oh, well, no they didn't. They're back. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Okay. Man, I don't even know if this is good to watch or not, but I'm just like, I'm zoning in and I just like, I forget to speak. Oh boy. Yes. Uh-huh. Right. Sorry, I'm responding to the game, not to anyone's chats. I looked over and saw there was chats, and I saw in my algebra class, and I was like, can't get to that right now. Will respond shortly. Allowed 3 to 5 business days for any response, formal or otherwise. Well, that's not good. All right. Let's keep it moving, people. Ooh, look at me. I'm Mr. Badgeman now. Look out, everybody. I do need some stinking badges. And you know what? I got a bunch of them. I'm dead. The teacher will ask a question to answer for each person when he takes attendance. Say weekend with as much enthusiasm that you have for the weekend. The sparkles are no longer sparkly. They're more functional as opposed to animated. Wow. Yells weekend enthusiastically while dancing. The class laughs. I'm just imagining that there's at least one person who was like, weekend. Just because, you know, that's a good time. I'm doing a little dance. It's a little dance. It's not a very big dance. It's a little dance. Got a lot of good KOs last time. I don't think I'm gonna get as many good KOs this time. I felt really good about that game. Woo. Feeling really bad about this game right now. Whoops. Wow, this is like an Escher painting more than a Tetris game, you know what I'm saying? It's my sound that I make whenever I'm doubting my decisions, as I currently am. Alright. So, I should note, I'm going to go for a long while tonight if I can. So, be ready. Be ready for this to be a long one that gets into some weird times and weird territories. Hey there, ladies and gents. This is Druid. This is Druid. Your DJ in the PJs. That's right. I'm wearing my pajamas to work because I'm crazy. You guys better be ready for some smooth jams, some hot tunes, and some jazz music. And I I'll be your host on this multi-genre romp through the decades. So get ready. Ugh. Oh, you are absolutely correct. Thank you for mentioning it. I've gotten more than one all clear in the past, but I have... It has been a minute. Justice Fury has mentioned 17-7. I don't know how to fucking enumerate this name. 17-776, I'll call it. And I had mentioned that I've been way more into the story of that beautiful, beautiful, wonderful work of art if it had been about golf, because I'm way more into golf than I am into football. So... Oh god, I started this topic way too late in this game. This is really an early game topic. You know what I mean? This is the kind of topic that you gotta not go for in the late game. It's gonna be too busy. Woo. It's gonna have too many blocks. Woo. 10,077.76. It's pretty good. A lot of KOs, period. 10 KOs. 177.76. Yeah. It is a weird one. I think because I think of it as like 1776, but then I'm like, there's an extra 7 in the middle that throws me off every time. Because 1776 is like, oh, that's super normal. That's America. But then, like, to have 17,776, I'm like, oh, no. So, the plot of the story, spoilers for this work of magic that you should instead read right now. Look up... I think the way to look it up is either... the numerals 17776 or this is what the future of football will look like. Either one is correct, and it's gorgeous, and you should experience it. So spoilers for that, I guess, kind of. So the basic gist of it is that an entity who shall remain unnamed for the purposes of this, because it's not really important who the characters are, manages to wake up in the year 17,776 Anno Domini. So, 15,000 years from now. And the author, John Boyce, who is a writer, and I think the manager of digital content or something for SB Nation, imagines a future where all human life is essentially, all humans are immortal. No one can die. No one can reproduce. And no one dies of old age. And also there's a system in place to prevent people from dying of starvation or falling from high places or whatever. And so what these people do with all their time is they play football. They play a lot of football. They play all kinds of football. Football is like the sport that they all play and talk about and do, and it's just the way it is. Because John Boyce likes the fuck out of football, and that's cool with me. Good for him. I'm glad he can enjoy things that I can't. I'm glad football's for somebody. So part of it is not just imagining like, okay, here's football that's lots of years from now, but it's also imagining like what changes would take place if every concept of football that we currently have would be too simple and boring. Like, these people can throw for thousands of yards. They can run for days. Not that humans can't, but you know. And they can, you know, they can just do whatever. They can wait for really long periods of time and not die. And this is all just the groundwork that I'm laying here, by the way. This is not, like, super important plot details. So, what's nice about the story is that it imagines, like, okay, if you took football and kind of tore it down to its basest elements, what would you have left? And the answer is you'd have the ball, you'd have players, you would have possession of the ball, passing of the ball, end zones, that sort of thing. And then taking that to its furthest extreme. Like, there was a game they mention that, and Justice Fury read it more recently than I, so I'm sure I'll get corrections in chat if I mess this up. But one game they mention is being played across like a really narrow but very long field, where the end zones are, I think, the borders between the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico. And the players, there's still like a normal number of players, but the field is, and I think the field is still roughly as wide as a normal football field, but it's obviously the entire length of the entire United States of America, which is nonsense, but kind of amazing to think about. And so that game has its own twist to it. There's a game that like started, I think, before the nanomachines, and the whole immunity thing where you're not going to die anymore, or it started like shortly thereafter, which started as a normal game of football, but turned into like a really bizarre, like, they found essentially a rule which, when read under certain circumstances, means you can take possession of certain parts of the field and legally, like, live there. There's nanos of Game 26. Okay. I know they're referred to colloquially as nanos. I just don't know if they're nanomachines or nanobots. I don't know the difference. Game 26 is, yeah, and Game 26 turns in this bizarre thing. Like, there's one level of the field where, like, someone took possession of it and just, like, it's tens of thousands of feet tall now for some reason. I don't think they explained that part. That was always the part that I found most interesting. There was like a house on the football field. It's like, it's very, it's a very interesting concept, but that game is a particularly interesting thing, and it like days will go by without anything of any importance happening, and it's not so much a game anymore as like an avant-garde like statement about what football is and like can be. It's very funny. You should read the story if you want more details. But the so the thing, and there's a whole element of the game. 500? Is it 500? It was an Airbnb. Okay. Was it a game of 500 where you call out a point value? There's a game that we could play in real life. Yes, okay, 500. Where you call out a point value and then throw a ball, and whoever catches it gets those points. And whoever gets to 500 points gets to be the one to throw the ball from that point onward. And the difference was that they played it with, like, a howitzer in Alaska aimed at the contiguous United States. And the ball would land and the ball was like this gigantic steel thing that could crash through buildings to withstand both the force of being shot as hard as it was out of the howitzer, as well as the, like, collision with the ground of once it came down from flying in the air, which is its own whole plot point. So there's multiple ideas of kinds of football involved, which it's very good. I enjoy greatly the whole story. There's one game where someone's been, like, waiting in a cave that only they know about in, like, I don't remember, like, Missouri or something? Maybe Nebraska or Kentucky. And, they, just have been waiting there because there was, like, a time by which if the other players on the other team didn't find the person in possession of the ball, then they could, like, they would essentially, that would count as a touchdown. And so the only way for the person who was hiding for his team to win was for him to just wait for, like, 150 years in a fucking cave playing, like, a Tiger Electronics baseball toy, which I was like, that's incredible. Like, that's an incredible thing to add. Oh, man. It's a very deep work with a lot of bits and bobs going on. But essentially the question, when I brought up that I thought it would be more interesting if it involved golf. Because we were talking about this during Mario Golf, that there was this fast fairway, which is the term that a speedrunner I was watching used when he was playing the game, where the ball rolls faster and bounces further whenever it lands on the fast fairway. And we were joking that was the future material that future golf will be played on. And I said that would be a good 776 thing. And I was like, that would have maybe more into the story if it was a golf. All right. So I think that we first need to do kind of the same thought experiment that was done in the story originally, which was, you know, you have essentially 10,000 years to alter the game that you're playing as much as possible. No one can die of starvation. No one can die of thirst. No one can die of whatever. So how does the game then evolve and change just to avoid as hard as we can the idea of being bored? Which is, I think, it's one of the themes of the story is avoiding boredom. That's terrible. It's a terrible spot to put that. So I think the key elements, Jesus Christ. I think the key elements of golf to start us off are the ball, the clubs, and the idea of a hole, right? So obviously, the initial extrapolation you can take, mini T-spin. Woo! The initial extrapolation you can take is that there's a bounders in green. Yes. So yeah, I think we can simplify it further to mainly go to like there are out of bounds, and so there is sort of like the idea of a golf course as well as the green. Though I think the green is sort of an extension of having an area around the pin to hit the ball into the hole more easily. And so I think you could even play a game of golf where you remove the green. Like imagine a game that's essentially the pitch and putt thing from the Mario Golf game I've been doing, where you have to hit the ball to the hole in one hit and then putt it in the next. But instead, it's on what we would consider like par 5 holes, and also there's no green. It's just like it's like either fairway or semi-rough around the entire fucking area of the pin, such that like you can't roll it in. You have to fucking chip the ball in. That could be a game. There's yeah, you could do an entire thing where it's like you have to play through, and the area you have to play through is like you have to play like it's like that scene in fucking what is that film, Caddyshack, where the fucking ball gets knocked into I think the caddy shack or the groundskeeper's shack, and I think Chevy Chase is the one who has to knock on Bill Murray's door and fucking play through from inside his goddamn house. And I think that's like a concept you could play with there. I think that the core of the idea of Game 26, which was the question that got us started on this, is that Justice Fury asked me what Game 26 would look like in golf. I will admit I'm not knowledgeable on the arcane rules of golf, nor the all of the ins and outs and rules of the tournaments and stuff. But essentially, Game 26 is a bastardization of that. It was a whole twist of what if you took a game of football not by its motives or ideas, but instead by its most by-the-letter rules, and you just completely warped it beyond recognition. What would it be? And so I think you'd have to mess with that. It would probably... I'm also imagining, like, playing a game of golf that, like, one of the courses is literally just sand. Like, it's not even, like, a desert course the way that it would be, where it's like, oh, there's, like, fairway grass still. Like, no, it's literally all sand. Everything is sand, and you have to just fucking go from bunker to bunker. The green is just tightly packed sand, so it rolls a little better over top of it. Like, rough is just loose sand and, like, bits of dirt. Bunkers are even looser sand. The fucking green is really tightly packed sand. Like, it's been run over with a one of those machines that like the thing that goes over asphalt. You know what I mean? The thing with the big round cylinder on the front of it. I don't know technology terms anymore. And then that was silly of me. In jail for silly Billy crimes. Someone posted on Tumblr recently about put in jail for silly Billy crimes. Minimum sentence, death. I was like, yarp, that's me. Tumblr's an interesting place. I feel like I've gotten to the point with Tumblr that I got to with Twitter a few years ago, where I followed the right people and found like a combination of things that makes you feel good to follow. All right, getting close to getting our first 100. But yeah, you could do a lot of things. You could do a whole thing where like that would be the thing that you could play with a lot in both tennis and in golf, is the material on which you play, because it affects a lot of the stuff. I can imagine like a par 5 that's just yeah, exactly. The course gets changed every so often, and like I imagine instead of a game of 500, like the game is instead some kind of like either you hit the ball over the entire country. Welcome. You hit the ball over the entire country, and then wherever it lands, whoever gets to it first gets to hit next and hit wherever they aim. Which would be interesting, I think. Or, like, it's instead essentially, because the idea, 500 is sort of a oversimplified football clone, kind of. Not clone. What? What am I, fucking from the 90s? Actually, I suppose I am from the 90s. I'm old, everyone. Anyway, I think of it as like just being a really ridiculously long and convoluted mini golf course. You know what I mean? Maybe that would be what Game 26 is. You know what I mean? Like Game 26 turns into like it's like this ridiculously complicated game where there's like an actual like full-scale windmill you have to hit through in order to get to the hole, and like live alligators. That would be it. I think that would be it. Do you think that's good, Justice Fury? I think that'd be a good Game 26 in a golf world. There's a lot going on. That I think would be sort of the idea that would be really fun to play with. But yeah, there's a lot I think that you could do with this idea of just like turn the entire Sahara Desert into just its own like crazy sandy golf course. Like, it's super fucking hot and the winds are crazy and the sand, you might lose your ball in the sand. And if you do, you have to either like declare it an unplayable, or you have to try and find your ball and dig it up and then like play through. Oh man, that'd be crazy. So anyway, that's I think my full answer on golf in a 17776-esque land. You could even, and this is a bit of a spoiler for the story, so keep that in mind. You could even play a game in New York, going from building to building, essentially turning the entire city into one giant water hazard. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're trying their hardest. I don't feel like I'm getting my ass beat as much as usual. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm doing pretty well compared to usual. Whoops. Up until right there, where I fronked it all to shit. All right. I feel like that was an okay recovery on my part. God, seriously? These block combinations are not helping me out here. There we go. Let's kind of get some of these fuck ups out of my way. There we go. Back to it. I thought about doing a warm up round on like Tetris DS, like in just my office alone, to get into the Tetris mood. But honestly, the genuine answer is there's no reason not to do a game here. Like, I can win points even without getting like a Tetris Maximus, so I might as well just play this. But the facetious answer that I think is funnier is I exist constantly in a zone of being able to do Tetris at the drop of a hat, so like I don't need to warm up. That's just like me. You know what I mean? Fuck. Fuck. What? Yep. Walrus, have you seen the new Barry video about Kingdom Hearts 3? Because it's very good. Oh boy. Oh no. No, man. Okay. I got a thing. Yay. You should... There's a particular joke that I know you'll enjoy, and I don't really want to make you wait for it for, like, all of Kingdom Hearts 3, and possibly even the 6-hour stream he did making that video for essentially a throwaway joke. I mean, it's Flight of the Bumblebee, you know what I mean? That's all a 10-person song is. It's just been remixed a bit. But it's Flight of the Bumblebee by Rimsky-Korsakov. Yeah, I'm just gonna sing a bit. I was singing the fucking Yoshi's Island, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, boom, I'm just having a good time. I'm just enjoying myself too much. Call the police. Fucking call the police. Do it. I'm not scared of them. Bang, bang, bang. Police, open up. Oh no! You know we gotta do it to you on account of you singing too dang much. You're having too much fun. You dang fool. You singing fool. You're having too much dang fun. You're not allowed. It's against the rules now. What? But since when, Mr. Policeman? Ooh-woo? Don't ever say ooh-woo to me again. It's under the new law as a result of, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this bit anymore. This bit's going in a definitively political direction, and I don't want to do it. It won't be fun for anybody. No one will have a good time. I can't think of any good joke about, like, oh, fun's been outlawed because EA wants you to have to pay $1 to have fun in your day-to-day life. You know what I mean? EA has copyrighted fun, and now in order to have fun, you gotta pay them $1. Or you can buy 100 fun opportunities. You can buy 120 fun opportunities for $1 for only $99. Why would I spend $100 on a video game that's free currently? Oh, wow. Just want to give you that option. You can buy in super bulk. I'm not going to buy in super bulk, people. Stop offering me options to buy fucking $100 worth of Leaf tickets, Nintendo. I'm not going to buy $100 worth of Leaf tickets. I could win the fucking lottery, and I wouldn't buy $100 worth of Leaf tickets. You know what I mean? Jeff Bezos isn't rich enough to be buying $100 worth of Leaf tickets at a time. You know what I mean? You're welcome, Walrus. I don't know what you're thanking me for. I assume for me singing the Yoshi's Island thing. Oh, I'm trying to think what the I cannot remember the athletic theme right now. Feel free to put in chat. Oh, the athletic theme, it goes like, and then the fucking, like, a bunch of bubbity-boopity-bops. Like, absolutely feel free to do it. Don't you know it? It goes like, and you know. But I don't remember the athletic theme. I know as soon as I hear it, I'll be like, yes, that's the one. And maybe as soon as I read it, I'll be like, that's the right one. It's so ambiguous. Yoshi's Island athletic theme. Just Google it. Google Yoshi's Island athletic theme. I'm not trying to be grumpy about it, but that's the name of the dang song. I just don't remember how it goes. That's my problem. I know the name of it. I know that it's good and that I enjoy it and that it makes me happy in my heart space. I just don't remember how it fucking goes right now. I get that way with Metallica songs occasionally where I'm like, what Metallica song is this? And I'm like, oh, that's not a Metallica song at all. I literally got confused and thought Rock Candy by Montrose was fucking, was a Led Zeppelin song for like 3 weeks one time. And I was like, how am I this so fucked up? And like, I was like appending the, Rock Candy intro to other Led Zeppelin songs. No, I wasn't. I was just listening to the exact same. I just didn't know what song it was. I'm such a fool. I'm such a fucking fool. I'm sorry. I wish I was better for all of you. All right. I've been sent. I mean, cool, but I can't open links right now. Fine. Let me just fucking... Yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah, no, you're right. You were supposed to know about how it goes. Yeah, you're supposed to be like, you're supposed to do what I just did, but in chat. And the fact that neither of you did it, it reflects poorly on me. That's fair. It's fair. You have food to make. It's fair. Yeah, that fucking song. I love that goddamn song. No, I'm not in the Discord channel. You're supposed to fucking type out the thingamabob. But it's whatever. It was a stupid request. It was a stupid request on my part, and I shouldn't have asked for it. I got what I wanted in the end anyway, because I got to be able to be like, I have to include as many bleep boos as I can in any Yoshi related song rendition, acapella song rendition. It's like how the drums in Mario Sunshine go bleep bleep boop bleep bleep boop bleep bleep boop. They don't do that. I'm lying to you. Bleep beep boop boop doo. Yeah. Let's just do acapella fucking Mario songs. What do you say? With chicken nuggies? Chicky nuggies? What was I saying recently that involved chicky nuggies? What was that? Do you remember that, Walrus? The fuck was I talking about? There was something, I don't know, maybe it was vegetarianism, I don't know. But I was going on some kind of discussion about, like, you know, my chicky nuggies and chicky strips. And I just kept saying that over and over again, and I don't remember why. I have no concept as to why I was going on that stupid discussion. They're really going after me today. They're really fucking going after me. With the this and the that. Oh, with the this and the that and oh gosh. Oh no. There's just so much going on. Oh golly. Oh no. And now I've really just shown my true colors. You know what I'm saying. I just fucking had that horrible, terrible shit post pop in my head about what's wrong, Jimmy Coon? The fuck? I don't want to say the rest of it. I don't want to think about it. I want it out of my goddamn brain. I'm sorry to make you all suffer with me, except that I'm not sorry. And I refuse to apologize for my art. Well, I'm pretty much fucking dead. Hello, I'm David Harbour. What? Oh, yeah. Chicken nuggies and chicky strips. Yeah, it was a Need for Speedruns thing. No, David Harbour. He's an actor. Hello, I'm David Harbour. I'm in Netflix's Stranger Things and also a Hellboy movie, maybe. If he's dead, that'd be very unfortunate that I just killed him by losing at Tetris. I used to be an alcoholic, but now I'm an alcoholic with a job. I retract everything. I'm so sorry, David Harbour. I hurt you. I need to watch more Stranger Things. I need to watch more Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like, I need to fucking consume more media. I need to be funnier. I need to spend more time doing self-care. I need to do yoga. I need to spend time exfoliating my skin. I need to spend time moisturizing. I need to spend time calling my representatives. I need to spend time petting cats. That's the only one of those actually that I've said so far that I'm like, you know what, maybe I do need to actually do that. Maybe I do need to pet cats. Maybe that will be the key to my happiness. Oh god, my eyes just fucking were like, don't talk too loudly about cats or we're gonna make you cry, you fuck. And I'm like, no, I don't want to cry while I'm on Twitch. Woo. Tough shit. Tough shit. You fucking talk about kitties too much and we're gonna make you cry, you absolute bastard. And I'm like, no. Woo. Woo. I don't know why the ooh-woo has turned into a way of me expressing dissatisfaction in that manner. Of like, woo, woo. But it has, and I honestly will never look back. Lest I be turned to salt. Smote by God. Starting to sound like you. I don't know. I just think we all need to do more for ourselves. And by we, I mean me. And by the rest, and by more for ourselves, I mean I should watch more Star Trek. I should watch, I mean, honestly, there's no time like the present to watch more Star Trek. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna get any... I was, like, super concerned that I was like, what if I end my Star Trek viewing experience with Enterprise and the last taste I get of Star Trek is absolute garbage? And then I started watching Discovery and I was like, wow, holy fuck. Looks like Star Trek has made this decision for me, and then my last taste of Star Trek will definitely suck ass no matter what I do. Oh, man. God. You know what? I literally think 90% of that show's problems would be solved if it just was longer. If there were more episodes and it took longer to get between plot points. I genuinely mean that. I think that honestly, if it was longer and had more filler episodes, Discovery would actually be kind of okay. But the problem is they're trying to do Star Trek in addition to whatever dumb shit they don't understand is a waste of everyone's fucking time and resources to make and watch. No. I don't want to watch too many things within Star. I mean, I can watch Stranger Things. I want to watch the new Game of Thrones season. Oh, my nose. No. I don't want recommendations. I've got too much TV to watch as is. I've got like a billion things in my fucking Netflix list and like my mental list of shows to watch. And other people tell me shows to watch all the time. And I know I should watch these shows and films and everything. But, you know, I just would rather, like, watch Star Trek. At least I'm saying I want to watch new Star Trek. New to me. Like, I should watch original series, animated series, and Enterprise. So that I can get a more full thing. Somebody, God bless their souls, has taken it upon themselves to compile an ongoing list of all of the continuity errors in Star Trek Discovery between Discovery and other shows, man, it is fucking beautiful. Because they, man, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. I don't know who's gonna die. Who's gonna die? I did indeed watch Scott Pilgrim. Did you enjoy that thing I sent you earlier? That was Scott Pilgrim based. It involved yeah. Yeah. I mean, whoever it is doing it in their free time. Like they have like nearly 100 videos that are just examples of like, here are places where Discovery's continuity and demonstration technology does not line up at all with any previous show's continuity of this exact same time period. Including like the extremely obvious, there were no holograms in Starfleet in that time period. Holodecks were seen as a complete novelty in the, when was it? The 2267 is when the, no. 2367 is when the Enterprise D launched. And Riker walks onto the holodeck and he's like, wow! Gosh and golly! What a dang cool place this holodeck is! I've never been onto one in person! And then, like, there's a scene where Picard is, like, talking about how fucking awesome the holodeck is. A thing that's on his own ship! Oh, man. It just goes to show how quick they also made holodecks, like, just a common thing in the series. They wasted no time going from, like, the holodeck is a pretty neat new invention to, like, holodecks are on every ship in the entire fleet. They're everywhere. They're the most important thing ever invented in the history of Star Trek. Oh, D Space Nine. And Voyager. Yeah, it's not necessarily, also it's not necessarily, I missed the comment earlier. It's not necessarily a list because it's a bunch of YouTube videos. It's just an ongoing YouTube series, which is like, oof, ouch, oof, painful to watch. Your instincts are so human and cursed. I mean, which instincts? They're only cursed if they hinder you and don't help. But I'm of the opinion that being human's pretty dope. It's better than being a not human. IMO. Then again, if I was a very smart dog, that would be pretty neat. But I lick my own asshole, and I'm not into that. I have the hiccups. I'm trying to think of what else I wouldn't be into if I was a very smart dog. Only being able to communicate in Borks. Be pretty annoying if I had a really, really cool theorem that I was like, hey, I really want to build up a neat idea. And someone was like, aw, who's a good Dougie? It's you. You're a very good Dougie. Oh, whoa. And I would be like, oh, man, that's... I mean, it's true. I'm a very good doggy, but I kind of have an important mathematical discovery to share with you. And they'd be like, ooh, woo, ooh, woo. And I'd be like, oh, man, I understand, but that's what all humans sound like to dogs. Ooh, woo, ooh, woo, ooh, woo, ooh, woo, 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 ooh, woo, 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 ooh, woo, woo, woo. They're like, yeah, uh-huh, I'm into this conversation. This is a good discussion we're having. Good talk. Dogs are great. They just listen so attentively, and I appreciate that. They're just so good at listening to things. They're just like, yeah, yeah, I agree. It's very cute. Do like 10 out of 10 recommend talking to dogs. No. A talking sentient Tetramino. Wait, why did I get... Oh, that Picaz is the one who KO'd me. A measly 3 KOs. Hey. Maybe I'm not into killing. Nothing like you back in the day. Back in the day, referring to a little while ago, earlier. Oh, man. Talking sentient Tetramino. I'd be a fucking, like... I'd be the green block. You know, I'd be the one that no one likes. Ooh, woo. Sad face. Audience goes, aww. Just imagining Justice Fury is like, what happened to you? Back in Nam, you were not nearly this soft. And I was like, back in Nam, I was a monster created by the U.S. government. Ah, can it with your liberal bleeding heart bullshit. You know you're a killer. Wow. The druid I knew was a threat to everyone. All over that entire wretched country. Oh my god, just the idea of like... And I'm just like, no, I'm not like that anymore. I don't want to be a killer anymore. Tough titties, nerd, you're a killer for the rest of your days. God will judge you the same way he judges every other monster in history. No, you're wrong. I can undo my crimes. I can repent. I can make right on those things that I did wrong. I don't think you can, Druid. I don't know if his voice is all like Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. I don't know why I don't know why that's the voice. What a weird choice on my part. I didn't even notice it until after I had said a couple things and I was like, wait a minute, this voice is familiar. So anyway, the gist of it is that I'm history's greatest monster. And that's just what we have to live with here. If you follow, you agree to not bring up the fact that I'm history's greatest monster. And you agree to ooh-woo every so often. Ooh-woo. All right. I'm getting okay points, I guess. I can't imagine anybody else is doing, like... I don't know. Are there people who, like, always win this game? Because even watching Walrus's fave, Ray Narvaez Jr., play this, I don't think he wins every game. I assume he does much better than I do, because he seems much better at this game than I am. But I honestly can't imagine that even he wins every game, you know? I can't imagine that there's even some... I would honestly imagine there's even some people who are, like, really serious, like, Tetris players who couldn't win every game of this. You know? It's just not really in the cards. I frunked up. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. Frunked up. This channel is now family friendly. Hi, I'm Dreward, and you're watching the Dreward channel. That's essentially how I feel. Where did I get these badges from? I don't remember getting these. You have to believe in the heart of the cards. Woo woo. Oh God. Oh, God. Look at this fucking Tetris layout I got going on. I'm so good at Tetris. You guys see how good I am at Tetris? I'm very good at Tetris. No, no, yes. Me answering questions like... I don't even know what questions I could answer that would involve an answer or response like, no, no, yes. No! Okay. Sorry, I didn't look at chat. Welcome back. The Druid channel is... When you see televisions being sold on Druid Avenue... Oh, there's Pepsi in this still. When you go to Druid Avenue and you try to buy a television where they have TVs in the windows, you know, in like because for some reason on Druid Avenue, it's perpetually 1997. The Druid channel is there, and it's like, hello, thank you for joining Druid News. I'm your host, Druid. Today, Druid took part in the Tetris Championship. The prize was $10. Druid fought very hard against multiple other people from all over the world to earn points to win $10. Let's cut now live to an interview with Druid on the subject. Thanks, Druid. Hi, I'm Druid, reporting live from the scene. We're here live at the live Tetris championship. And here's the boy of the hour, the guy y'all love and know. It's Dreward. And I'm like, hey, hi, hello. And they're like, so Dreward, you're going into this championship. You're feeling pretty pumped, I would assume. How do you think you're gonna do in this? Well, you know, I've been training real hard for a real long time. We got a good car today. They put a lot of effort into our Toyota Ubisoft stock car, so I think we're gonna do a good job at Tetris today. And I'm just thankful to everybody at Yum Brands, Pepsi Cola, Pizza Hut for sponsoring us and believing in us and making sure we can do this race today. And I'm just looking to get out on the track and just see what kind of magic we can make happen. Very good. Now, Dreward, as I understand it, you guys have been working quite hard at getting this $10 prize here from this Tetris. Any comments? Yeah, so we're working real hard at it. Obviously, it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be a lot of people out there trying to earn this $10. But you know, this might get us some Breath of the Wild DLC. So, you know, shrugs. Mouth slack, hanging open. What's wonderful news? Reporting live from the Tetris track. I'm Dreward. Get back to Dreward in the newsroom. Thanks, Dreward. I appreciate you reporting live from the scene, so I don't have to. All right, everybody. Let's quit fucking around here and get to the weather. Dreward with the weather. All right, everybody. So here's the fucking tea. Here's the fucking tea. It's gonna be shitty outside. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. It's gonna be shitty outside. You think it's gonna be nice? Fuck you. You're wrong. Weather only sucks here on Dreward Avenue. The only options for weather here are suck and non-existent. So keep that shit in mind when you're choosing your outfit for tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that when you sit alone in your fucking house, loser. All right, thank you, Weather Drew. Though I think somebody, namely the Weather Drew, is having a bit of a case of the Mondays. I'll fucking kill you, son of a bitch. Say that shit again. Then it cuts to black and everybody's like, wow! It's a good thing I don't want to buy this CRT because I would sure as shit say it's cursed now. And scene. I want to read chat, but I'm a little too deep in this now. I wanna win. I wanna win! Howdy, I'm Anti-Drew. I'm like an anti-guy from Paper Mario. And I want to win too. I want $10 so I can spend it on lottery tickets. Oh, Jesus. That dang old Anti-Drew. What are you gonna do with him? Can't live with him? Can't collide into them and create an anomalous amount of energy annihilating one another. Oh boy. I don't have any badges. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna straight up lose super hard. I kind of just popped out of my body for the entirety of that Druid Avenue Druid news bit. And now I'm like back and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how I managed to get this far in the game without getting any fuck. Any fuck. There's a whole lot of fuck being thrown around. None of it by me. Well, badges increase your ability to get rid of garbage blocks that are being given to you, as well as to inflict attacks on other people. So I'm gonna watch Salt Power 2. The city of Just Ricks. It's Druid Avenue. Druid Avenue. So, as a result of a cloning experiment gone wrong in 2013, or actually gone right, there's a significant contingent of Druids who all live on Druid Avenue. And no, my butler and secretary, I'm like the mayor of, not Druid Avenue, the unofficial leader of Druid Avenue. We all agreed, like, there can't be... Oh, Splatoon 2! Neat! So... I'm like the leader of the Druid block. There's about 1 million Druids who live on Druid Avenue. It's a very long avenue. It's my friend Newtalps. 2 Newtalps. Oh, man. I mean, it would kind of be a political voting block, but at the same time, like, it wouldn't be a very, like, confusing one, because we're literally all the same person with the same experiences up until 2013, during this, wherein I was cloned to be able to give local Austin band Whitman a better chance at succeeding nationwide. The Druid voting block is actually quite, like, well organized, mainly because we all know the same shit and mostly believe the same things. A few Druids are a little bit weirder than others, like, definitely. There are some that, like, as a result of playing in 2013, like, we had most of our formative experiences already. But a few of them stayed in college, and a couple of them, like, done things with their lives. But we all otherwise understand, like, the need for stuff. And, like, there's some that are more extreme than others. There are some Druids who are like, hey, we should, like... Wow, holy shit. Refer to other Druids by talking about non-adjectives. But yeah, I'm like the unofficial leader as like the Druid Prime. And so we often have like meetings where it's like, all right, let me get like I want to try and get like a gavel sound. Pull this. The Druid meeting will come to order. Order. All right. Thank you all for attending yet again. I know that some of you have very busy Thursdays, but I'm glad we can all agree this is a good day for us. It's the worst day of the week as is, so we might as well make it a little bit worse. You know what I'm saying? Everybody kind of nods and is like, funny. We all have the same sense of humor, unfortunately for the rest of the world. Motions brought forward. Science Druid has proposed that we make a switch to electric cars and electric buses to ensure we maintain good climate in our environment. We will be using the Druids to pay for this measure, but it will save us about $1 million over the course of the next 2 years. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right. Good. Moving right along. We got a proposal. Ooh, okay. This is an interesting one. I know I'd like to ask all Druids in presence to remain calm. Nyan Druid has boo. All right, everybody, please calm down. We got a lot of business to attend to today. We can't have people yelling and booing. Nyan Druid has brought forward a motion to ensure that cat spaying and neutering is as free as dog spaying and neutering. We unfortunately did not write the measure to be inclusive to all pets prior to the passing. But this one might be actually less controversial than I thought it would be. I saw Nyan Druid, and I know he's not a very popular individual around here. Meow! Yes, I know. Druid Cat Coalition. So everybody who's of the opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. All right. I think the ayes have it. All right. Let's keep on moving through here. It looks like the Sporty Druid Coalition has asked that more space on Druid Avenue be allocated for public sporting environments. Ooh, this is gonna be a tricky one. So we don't currently have too much extra space around here. We would need to acquire more land from the city in order to be able to do this. We'd have to file a measure with the city. Who here is in favor of... It's just this channel. It's a different Druid every day. But since we're all so similar, you essentially don't notice. How's it always my Druid? What does your Druid look like? He's about 6 feet tall. That sounds right. Blonde hair, right? Blue eyes. That I now realize I was asking the wrong questions. I mean, there can't just be one. You know what I mean? It's really sort of there's either... I think for comedy's sake, there's a number of female Druids, as well as the wives of multiple Druids, who have moved to Druid Avenue to raise their children there because the schools are just fantastic. You know, we really fund our schools around here. There were a number of, there's a lot of library money that gets spent. A lot of good school money, you know. The teachers are all the Druid teachers. The Druid teachers are actually quite good at teaching, believe it or not. They are much less sarcastic than myself or any of the other near prime Druids. Essentially, a lot of... So, the lore in my mind is that after the cloning incident of 2013, which, by the way... the cloning incident cloned 1 million Druids, and we all looked at each other and said a combination of either bitchin' or oh fuck. This was the first division amongst the Druids. There were a strong... It essentially became the bitchin' coalition and the oh fuck this guy group. But in the end, we all came together and we said, look, we are obviously all interested in ensuring that we are a new form of life. Sorry. Yeah, we're not exclusive at all. Anybody can come into Druid Avenue, but you do have to deal with the fact that if you're not from Druid Avenue, we all will, like, compulsively kind of do a double take at you and then apologize profusely for staring. We'll all be like, did you see an episode of did you see the episode of Star Trek last night? Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh god, I forgot that we opened up the borders on Druid Avenue. Oh, I feel so bad. And everybody else around here is like, and they're like, no, it's fine. It's like, and like other Druids are like, oh, did I stare too? You know what? I'll admit, I'm over here in the park feeding the pigeons, and I'll admit I was staring for a bit too, and that was rude of me then. It's like, no, it's fine. I understand. It's like, no, it's not okay, because we have to acknowledge that even though we're a majority around here, you know, we don't get the right to just do whatever we want to do, you know? We don't get to just make everything the way we want to make it. Like, it was obviously not super popular when people asked to put something other than Star Trek on television, but, you know, we agreed to it because we need to have the variety in this world. It's like, okay, you guys can stop apologizing now. There's Border Patrol. Every Druid is just reading. There is Border Patrol, but it's literally like you just kind of come to you kind of come to a stop at the border, and you roll down your window, and you know. The problem with Druid Avenue, as far as law enforcement goes, is that none of us Druids are very big on law enforcement. Like, we understand the purpose for it, but we don't really enjoy the whole, like, having to actually enforce laws and write laws and stuff. And so we're kind of like, we're trying to be, you know, nice cops, which I recognize is kind of an oxymoron sometimes. And the Druids are like, okay, can I see your papers? And if someone's like, presents like, oh, it's a marriage license, I'm married to a Druid or to a permanent resident of Druid Avenue. It's like, okay, please proceed in. If it's like, oh, I'm just visiting, I have a travel visa right here. It's like, oh, very good. Go right on in. And like certain things are just not allowed. Like, it's like, if you come in and you don't have any papers or anything, it's like, well, you should visit the embassy in your own home state or country to be able to ensure that you will fit in around here, because, like, we do want to make sure that no one unseemly comes in. And people are like, oh shit, unseemly. And like Republicans get all weird about it, and they're like, this country is the prime example of why we need border controls. Look at these Druids. They won't let anyone unseemly in. And then like the Druid Prime come out, and I'm like, thank you. Today, our great location of Druid Avenue was impugned as being restrictive. Let me be clear. If you are not a shitty person, you're allowed on Druid Avenue. We accept all migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. We don't accept Nazis, racists, or assholes, other than Druids who are considered permanent asshole residents. That came out wrong. That came out super wrong. And everybody in the audience is like, no. All the Druids in the audience are like, yeah, no, we won't write that one down. We won't. Don't worry. Druid Avenue is like an entirely just like it's like an entirely service-based economy. And there's like Druids who make food, like burgers and stuff, but like all of the restaurants are essentially family restaurants because we're literally all the same person. So like you walk in, it's like, hey, welcome to restaurant. Or like you don't have to say anything, in which case the person can be like, hey, you guys usually give people the cold shoulder when they walk in, and then everybody chuckles and is like, oh, Druid. This is a fucking Drutopia I'm describing here. Yeah, I sort of thought like a whole alarm for the, it's not necessarily an alarm. It's like it's that thing of like, if you lived, like my mother lived in San Antonio when I was a child. I lived there too with her, which was weird for me to describe it that way, but I did. And in San Antonio, she was a white woman in a city that was like very Hispanic, and she would often go to the grocery store and be surrounded by Hispanic people, and it was an experience she was not used to because she grew up in North Carolina and similarly white locations. So that to me is like, it's the opposite. It's the Druids are all the majority, and then anybody else who pops in, like we see someone with black hair and we're like, oh, it's a goth Druid. Wait a minute, no it's not. Who's that? Except then we're like, oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. No, I'm sorry. Here, let me give you a Drew dollar. No, it's Druid tradition that if we stare at you and make a weird comment, we give you a Drew dollar so you can buy a Coke or a Pepsi. We don't judge. So yeah, for some reason I'm establishing like, well, yeah, because, like, in an all-Druid environment, like, there'd be plenty of Druids with, like, tons of tattoos. Oh, that's why we have to import people. We have to import people for the tattoo artists and stuff. We would need, but there would be, like, tons of tattoo Druids and dark hair Druids. There'd be lots of different Druids, I think. I think that I'm the kind of person where, with minimal changes in my life, I'd be an extremely different person. With the same fundamental principle of caring about what people do and shit. Yeah, there's like, perhaps there was like a scar I got as being the clone originator, and that no other clone has. Or like a birthmark or something that I have but no other clone has. That's to differentiate us. And we all can see the differences like clear as day, but everybody else is like, I could not tell any of these Druids apart. And like, there's a contingent of people who are like, that's racist. And then the rest of us Druids are like, is it though? We are literally the same person. So I don't feel like it's super bad. But yeah, I feel like I don't know. For me, I do think that like, I'm only choosing to be the Prime Druid and being the leader as a result of like the continuity we established on the stream. In reality, I probably wouldn't be I probably wouldn't be Mayor Druid. There'd probably be a political Druid who was the Mayor Druid. And Maybe instead it's like I'm Druid Prime, and so I'm like seen as some like tie-breaking authority. Whereas all the other Druids are considered equal, but they kind of like I'm giving a little bit extra reverence because I was the original. Perhaps, I don't know. There's a lot of ways this could go. There's no clone societies on Earth. We can do whatever we want. Inter-Druid marriage is not suggested, but Druids can hang out and live together. That's totally cool. Smooching is considered not okay, as we are all the same person. But, you know, if you kind of like hug a Druid, you know, that's fine. Being friendly with Druids is fine. But it's generally seen as unacceptable to interact with Druid on Druid inter-Druid relationships are seen as not super great. I do imagine that there would be holding hands, I think in certain situations would happen, though it would be very specific, and it would be very common amongst half Druid pair couples, you know what I mean? One Druid and one outsider. Really, Druid Avenue would rely heavily on bringing people in with other talents. You know, we would need, like, I can imagine there could be some surgeon Druids. There could be some, you know, there could be lawyer Druids. There could be, you know, rheumatologist Druids. There could be Druids of all kinds, but I don't think there would be the following. I don't think there would be artist Druids. I think that would, given the split happened in 2013, I think that there would be a distinct lack of artist Druids, though there would be a burgeoning artist Druid population, and they all want to learn how to draw, like real bad. There's a few who have gotten okay, but none of them are professional, and none of them would want to sell their work. They would be taking advantage of somebody, you know what I mean? Like, I know I have to sell it in order to get better at it, but, you know, it just seems weird. Like, I don't know. It's just as good as any other Druid could do. And then, like, someone's like, no, your art is so much better, Art Druid. And I'm like, no, it's just sort of fine. You don't have to flatter me. You know, it's whatever. I'm losing a lot right now. You'd marry a Druid? Yeah, and like all you need to do is like that's the thing about Druid Avenue is like honestly, like they would I would like if Druid Avenue was a place, there would definitely be a very open like entrance exam. It would essentially be like a series of questions that are just like, who did you vote for in the presidential elections previously? Why? Essay question. Do you believe all people are created equal? And what do you think of Star Trek? No wrong answers. And that one's just for our census purposes. It's important to know how the Star Trek block feels, you know? And there's probably some non-Star Trek Druids, if I'm being honest. I know that seems blasphemous, but I actually, back in 2013, I had yet to get big into Star Trek the way that I currently am. No, it doesn't need to be like a long, it's not like an essay question with like a long answer. Like essentially, we just want to make sure you're not an asshole, and that you won't try to kill anybody, you won't try to fight anybody, and that you're not a Republican. That's what we're trying to make sure doesn't happen. there'd be an entire Druid like political bloc. This is the devil's advocate for austerity political bloc, and it's like, all right, now we all know that devil's advocate for political austerity bloc does not actually believe in political austerity, but someone's got to argue for this shit, so we're going to. It's important to note that we don't have the money in the coffers right now to support moving the Las Vegas Star Trek installation all the way to Druid Avenue, even once, much less multiple times. I know we'd all be super down with that, and we would frequent it all the time, but it wouldn't bring enough tourist dollars to really be an important addition to our community. I think that while it'd be super fucking sick and we'd all be super down with it, unfortunately, it would not be a good use of Druid Due dollars. It's like, all right, the austerity party makes an excellent point. All in favor? All opposed? No. All right, the noes have it. Thank you. Onward we go. There would literally just be parks that are like argument parks. Not even argument parks, just like discussion parks where you can go and talk to other druids of different like not belief systems, but of like knowledge bases, and be like, hey, you're a druid who knows about like topology, right? And then it's like, yeah, I know about topology. It's like, okay, so like, what the hell is the deal with the hairy coconut paradox? It's like, oh, it's real simple. It's just got a weird name. Oh, man. But yeah, Druid Avenue would be very opening and welcoming. We wouldn't be able to solve like a refugee crisis or anything, but we could definitely be really, really nice about things. I do think there would be like a market economy in Druid Avenue, but it wouldn't be the same market economy that is in the United States. It would be very different. Like a lot, like it would genuinely get down to the point of like, all right, there's a measure here to be passed asking if we want to continue to have supermarkets as is, or to go back to a general store format such that the druid at the counter, all laws refer to citizens just as druids, even if they're non-druid citizens. It's a sign of solidarity amongst the community. Oh my god. Yeah, and like a big part of it also would just be like, there wouldn't be any any asshole druids would be like fined. Like druid woof. Like Israel, druids have a birthright to Druid Avenue. Woof. But the difference is that if you like violate your ability to be on Druid Avenue by being an asshole, then like you could be fined, and even like taken before a court. There wouldn't be any punitive like charges because that doesn't work. We all voted that out of our measure a while ago. And honestly, a big part of Druid Avenue's ability to create a separate nation within a nation is less to do with like the particular brilliance of myself, but just more of like the fact that if you have a voting block that is literally just the same person a million times, you can kind of do whatever you want. Like there isn't a law you can't pass with a majority like that. Just take over a town and then be like, we want to secede from the rest of the state. We've talked it amongst ourselves. We think that's best for ourselves to secede, create our own economy, our own governmental systems, etc. And just like Oh, man. That really is the thing, is like, as long as you have a really large majority willing to vote all in the same way, you can pretty much get anything done. That's kind of the whole point of democracy. Oh, fuck. Well, I died. I can imagine that Druid Avenue would want to expand only to make sure that yeah, it would be one of those things where we would be interested in expanding, but only insofar as we take over areas that are not currently developed or worth much. Like, honestly, if I could create a sub-state within Wyoming, like, that would be fine by me. No one lives there anyway. Like, give me a bunch of undeveloped farmland and be like, all right, we're going to expand Druid Avenue. It's a straight line, by the way. It's the weirdest country in the world. It's literally a very long and narrow rectangle. That's the thing, is we'd be like, you know, we're going to expand only by taking land that's undeveloped and that nobody else wants to have or develop. We're going to industrialize it. We're going to make it our own thing. Yeah, there'd be public transportation, definitely. It could be even multiple layers of it, where like it would be like, it would have the multiple transportation options are based on like how important your job is. So like people who provide like life-saving services or childcare or whatever have like helicopters, electric helicopters. Because helicopters are fucking cool, and we want to have people riding in helicopters to show how dope Druid Avenue is. Here. So then there'd be like, I imagine there's a large ski cable car situation that's like along Druid Avenue, because that would be super funny and would be very cute, but would also be a pretty effective way of doing public transit if you think about it. This is the stupidest shit, and I love it. I'm so happy with this discussion. I just like being able to improv ideas like this. Oh god. Oh gosh. Oh golly. Oh jeepers. Fred says fuck. I'm really not doing well at Tetris anymore. Just find a bored artist on Twitter who wants me to practice. Yeah, expansion would be like, the fact of the matter is, we could like we wouldn't want like expansion for the sake of expansion wouldn't be a thing. Like we would want to like maybe. I think expansion would be a fun thing it would be necessary to make sure that quality of life remains the same by not having a small area that gets just more and more and more crowded. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be able to bring in people who aren't druids to give our pleasant little avenue more and more variety. And I think that would be an extremely important part of our identity, is like we want to make sure we can let people who are different than us in, so that we don't get too up our own asses. You know what I mean? We don't want to be too detached from the way shit's going in the world. I would also note that there'd be a lot of things in Druid Avenue that probably wouldn't get much use. There'd probably be a movie theater that honestly is open like 4 days a year, where it's like enough druids have to get together and like actually power up the place and like get it. Oh yeah. Holy shit. If it's 2013, it would be after I'd worked at the movie theater. So like we would know how to run a movie theater. Oh my god. Anytime enough druids wanted to open the movie theater, they would just go there and open it. They would just go there and like get together and be like, all right, let's all make the popcorn, you guys make the hot dogs, and we're gonna have us a fucking movie day. And we would watch movies. Oh man. This is fucking good. Every druid was essentially be a trained movie druid, but those movie days would be like, they would be communally run because it wouldn't like if you kept the theater open all the time, the fucking thing would go out of business in a week. It wouldn't get enough business to stay open and keep the newest movies there. But like, it could definitely be like, oh yeah, we just hooked up an Apple TV to the fucking screen and we're just gonna show The Big Short for the fucking 15th time this year. And it's like, oh hell yeah, The Big Short? Fuck yeah, Stu! That's me. Oh my god. I've never imagined Druid Avenue is so beautiful place. Yeah. You would have to buy candy elsewhere. Swedish Fish imports would be fucking monumental. Oh boy. Well, and like you could also have people who are non-druids who are like, we want to watch Avengers Endgame when it comes out, and it's like all the druids get together and like, yeah, we should put this on for the benefit of the non-druid citizens of Druid Avenue. Come on, druids, let's do it. And we just open up multiple extra theaters. Oh, fuck no. Why would I check if you smuggled? We're not fucking communists. What kind, or no, not communists. We're not capitalists. Because it would be too expensive. It's just a simple business decision. This is business druid number 575, who keeps track of the movie theater's costs and benefits. It would be too expensive to maintain all the candy in the theater all the time, you know? Because, like, you don't know what the non-druid visiting citizens might want to eat as far as candies go. So why should we instead put a strain on the business when, like, we could instead spend that money on popcorn, which everybody likes, and opening up our environments to letting people in who can then enjoy whatever snacks they want to bring. And like there could be like potluck dinners that happen at the movie theaters. Oh man. I dream of Druid Avenue. Yeah, like Walrus loves dots. Like, for example, Walrus loves the fuck out of dots, I've just found out recently. And so, but most druids, I would say, aren't usually in a dots sort of mood when at the movie theater. So if Walrus came to visit Druid Avenue, and he'd be welcome to, you said this last night, or 2 nights ago, Texas Tumblers. We were in the bowling alley in Tower Unite, and you said, "Oh, I love dots," because you saw him in the vending machine, but it was labeled candy. And it's because if Walrus came, and Walrus be definitely invited, there'd be lots of people who would be invited on the basis of knowing Prime Druids and non-Prime Druids. And if Walrus came on account of being invited, and he was like, I want to go see a movie at the movie theater, and like movie druid was hanging out there just sweeping, and was like, oh hey, what do you want to see today? We don't have much in ways of movies. We do have a few things. And he'd be like, do you have Scott Pilgrim versus the World? It's like, is it on iTunes or like Netflix or anything? And he's like, yeah. Oh, okay, we can get that pulled up for you. We have like an Apple TV hooked up to every single theater. So essentially any theater can play any fucking thing that's available, but we don't steal movies here. And then he winks at Walrus, and Walrus is like, what was that wink about? Woo. But Walrus would be like, oh man, I would love to have some dots. And then, Movie Druid would be like, oh, sorry, we don't stock dots because none of the Druids here like it. You know, that would be bad. That would be a bad thing. You know, we shouldn't have just a tasteless, trashy town because I have no sense of taste. We should instead give opportunities for people to bring in, and you can even, like, because Druid, you could even, oh man, can you imagine if Druid Avenue had, like, supporting businesses on all sides that were, like there's Druid owns bodegas in Druid Avenue, but, like, you could easily leave and go to the adjacent country and buy candy there and then bring it across the border, and it's like, all right, just making sure you didn't go and, like, buy a knife or a gun or something. And it's like, all right, cool. You're good to pass back through. Have fun at your movie. It's like, thanks, cop Druids. Oh, boy. Non-Druids be forbidden from police service, by the way. I know this seems restrictive. Oh my god. It would be restrictive, but the point would be that, like, the Druids who live on Druid Avenue all have the same, not hive mind, but set of basic characteristics. So we all understand the need for, like, fair policing, and we can't trust outsiders to enforce our Druid ordained laws the way we would put them in, you know? And additionally, it means that there's no need for a judiciary, because every Druid will interpret every law essentially the same. We would have a judiciary, but it would just sort of be like, it would just be there as a formality. Like, they would acknowledge that they were there as a formality. You know, that's the best way for government to exist, is like, we institute laws that make sense, and the Druids who enforce it all understand how the law works. None of them are trying to abuse the law, and if they are, they'll be stripped of their rank and reduced to a regular Druid and they get a new job, which is very fair, considering we have multiple job placement opportunities for Druids and non-Druids alike. This is honestly, the more I talk, the more I wish this existed. The more I wish I could establish this place. Uwus would be, I'm imagining, you know, I made reference to doing it, doing the like, parliamentary system as a English-esque system. But I'm imagining now doing the same thing. All who have the opinions say, ooh woo. All who are of the contrary, oh whoa. The oh woes have it. The oh woes have it. Unlock. That's fucking just my favorite idea. And also, you probably would have, you would probably have some religious Druids in the environment, and they would be like, they would have like their own little thing, but it would be pretty vague. It wouldn't be like, here's the strict Druid belief system. It would be like, here's sort of a non-denominational location where you can practice whatever faith you believe. And I can imagine that they would use uwu in place of amen. And it's like, it's like, okay, uwu, and all the rest of the people in the location say uwu. I want to believe that even though 2013 Druid did not know about uwu or understand uwu, that it would be a part of our culture regardless. Oh my god. I can imagine someone who didn't understand Druid Avenue, because we wouldn't be like an amen or amen controversy when they say uwu and owo. I think that the 13,476 separate linguist druids would all get together and essentially say, it really doesn't like affect your belief or your faith how you pronounce it. I think that, well, because uwu and owo was definitely a thing that was around before, that I was aware of. And I think that we would come together and make that like a part of a thing, as understanding how much fun that, because I think we would all understand how much fun it is to say ooh woo, and I think we would all kind of be like, yeah, that's fun. We should keep that. That's neat. I like that. I do think that the linguist druids would be just an invaluable source of like discussion and care to be able to make sure that like we don't get too in the weeds on too many things, you know? The linguist druids are there to be a source of stability for all of us. The historian druids as well, but they're not as common. There would also likely there would be I was gonna say there wouldn't be any kind of restrictions on journalism as far as the like ability to report from outside of for outsiders who are non-druids who come in and approach you know, the Druid Avenue. They might come in or get pictures and be like, why is this picture of this same guy in every building in different outfits? Because, you know, the druids can be kind of vain sometimes. And a few of them might be like, let's take a picture of me and put it on the wall. And the druids all are like, this is lawyer druid and druid. Attorneys at law. And then they would get pictures and be like, why is the same person there? Is there like a North Korea dictatorship going on where they all honor the same like person? But the reality is that because we're all the same human being, we all look the same. And so like they think there's like a dictator until they get in there and they're like, oh, I thought it was different pictures of the same guy, and it sort of is. Oh, that'd be fucking hilarious. I would love that. An investigation into Druid Avenue, and they're just like, oh, we thought there was some weird religious or North Korea type thing going on here, but turns out, like, there's just a million of the same person there. These are all different pictures of different people. Cat cafes would be one of the most popular things in the entire world on Druid Avenue. I'm trying to think of what, like, actual, other than, like, peace and, I guess our exports would be streams and other entertainment like it. Because there'd be, I joke about how many linguist druids there'd be. There would be hundreds of thousands of writer druids. But the difference would be that they could all work on the same thing and have similar ideas. And it wouldn't be in violation of any other country's intellectual property laws because we're all the same person. Oh, man. So we could all, like, work together on, like, monumentally huge works. I'm talking things that are as big as, like, Homestuck, but they're made in a year. Because there's just that many druids all working together. I mean, it wouldn't literally be Homestuck, but it would be, like, works of that size, you know? And, like, non-druids would, like, oh my god. There would definitely be a problem, though. I can definitely say that. There would definitely be art and, like, stories that would be written by druids for druids, and probably labeled as such to avoid confusion. And people would probably be like, well, I don't know what's so special about this work. And they would get it, and it's literally like references to things that only I would get. Like videos from fucking 9 or 10 years ago from YouTube that only I remember. And, like, we would think it's the most hilarious shit ever, and no one else would get it. And it would be, like, inside jokes that we have with ourselves. And, like, people would read it and be like, what the fuck are they talking about? And, like, no, you don't. We're not trying to be exclusive. We're not trying to be like, oh, you don't understand. It's like, no, literally, you have to have been a druid to understand some of this shit. Wow. Beautiful. Oh, I love this so much. I know there have been comments in chat, and I want to read them because they've been so good so far. Hashing out how this would work politically is one of the fucking funniest things ever. IMO. What? No, 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 no. Lost. Best Star Trek fan fiction? Oh my god, dude. With 1 million of us, we would make our own Star Trek shows. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, though. We would write, like, Star Trek spec scripts. There would be entire Star Trek series that, other than most of the actors, we would, like, have every credit would be starring Kate Mulgrew, Jerry Ryan, Robert Beltran, Druid. And then, like, executive producer, Druid. Written by Druid and Druid. Produced by Druid. Teleplay by Druid. Story by Druid. And you could try and say it's one of the Star Trek druids, but there's 20,000 Star Trek druids. The idea that there's... Yeah, there would definitely be. Well, I think that we would like avoid having more than a couple of druid actors, and if there were druid actors, we would use our druid actors as like Bolians, Andorians, Klingons, Ferengi, like characters that go into lots of makeup. To have to be able to go out there so that you can't tell. We all know they're druids, but they're not visibly druids to anybody outside of Druid Avenue. Oh my god. Yeah, I could definitely imagine that there would be like this concept is just fucking crazy. So sorry. I did want to mention there are a few druids who want to live elsewhere. Perhaps some druids who have found success on Druid Avenue and wish to travel the world and then come back, or who wish to go live elsewhere. And those druids are free to do so. They are requested but not demanded. It's requested but not demanded that they contact Druid Avenue every so often to make sure that everything's fine and to report in, and there can be foreign correspondence and stuff like that. And the whole point is just we want to make sure that all druids know that all druids are welcome back anytime to Druid Avenue. It is their right as being a druid, their clone right. That's neat. It's a little too close to home because I hear you say it all the time. Yeah, true. Too close to home just means that, like, it's kind of a weird phrase because it doesn't really mean what it sounds like. A description of something as being too close to home, I think it derives its etymology from the idea of a wartime situation, an attack, and the idea of an attack being too close to home. But there's essentially the idea is if I were to insult if Walrus were to insult me, for example, by saying, Drew, all you do is sleep, watch British news, and talk about Star Trek and stream, I'd be like, that's a little too close to home. That's a little too close to home. It's a little too real. So Walrus did say too real, but yeah. I can believe that there would be... I think that on Druid Avenue, there would be essentially one central news organization, but there would be a lot of local news Twitters that they recommend you follow and make very available and aware to all Druids so that you can be appraised the situation. All right. Wisconsin Druid. They all the same system of defense. Does this mean that if one person attacks a Druid and they're outside of Druid Avenue, finds a way to territory of Druid? Yes. The existence of Druid Avenue is in and of itself a good job, Highwayman. Is definitely a like thing that could lead to all kinds of invasiveness. we would essentially be like some rabbits and birds, not rabbits because rabbits and eggs on like some birds that were in Australia that had developed without any natural predators, and then cats were introduced to the nation. You know what I mean? That could definitely be a thing that would happen. But that's a risk of having a Druid Avenue that we're all proud of. You know what I mean? If Druid Avenue sucked as much as everywhere else, then like it wouldn't be worth trying to invade or get secrets from. I would note that in and of itself, I don't think Druid Avenue would be a big enough nation to be worthy of any surveillance or war, both in terms of population, economy, and in terms of like technology or resources. Keep in mind, it's at present a location with approximately 1 million people who may or may not ever reproduce. Like, the population of Druid Avenue will probably only decrease over the course of the next 70 years or so as we all die off. I say 70, closer to 150. Unless we are able to develop some kind of anti-aging thing, which might be kind of easy because we would have a lot of druids to work with. You know what I mean? But, so, like, it would be the country equivalent of, like, Liechtenstein, which I'm not certain anyone's trying to get into their, private data as far as I'm aware. I don't know Liechtenstein or what they do, but, you know, it's on that level. It's, you know, it's not a large economy. It's not a world superpower or any sort of thing. Well, and it's just like you would have plenty of druids with lots of meaningfully different experiences, but essentially identical DNA. So it's essentially the same as like psychology experiments from the 70s that relied on twins. You know what I mean? We all have the same DNA, and 1 million of them, and one of me, 1 million of them existed simultaneously on one day in 2013. And so there was a diaspora until the establishment of Druid Avenue, in which case we all came back together, or most of us came back together. And so Druid Avenue in this situation has a population that can undergo just physical examinations, and Druid doctors can glean really interesting information out of that. Like, how does more airplane radiation affect us? How would this series of treatments for this illness that this druid acquired in this location, how would that be affected? This druid who survived this disease at this time, how did their antibodies form? There would essentially never be any need for druids to go through much of an organ list, because as long as there are druids who accidentally die in tragic accidents, there would always be organ donors between druids who all have the same compatible body structure. Like, by definition, all druids have the same DNA. So I think that would essentially mean that there's never going to be any worry about druids of any kind getting, like, needing to get a kidney and not having one available. There's all kinds of druids. They'd have to go to the selfless druids, though, which are rarer than you'd think. I'm trying to think of what the rare... Walrus asked a really interesting question of what the rarest subset of druid would be. And I'm trying to think on that. I think that artist druids would be very rare. Not impossible, but very rare. I think that, like investor druids would be very rare. Like legitimate investor druids. I'm trying to think of what else. Because it's essentially things that I'm opposed to, not just in a, oh, I can't do it in terms of like, I'm not able to, but like, would be morally opposed or physically unable to do. A synchronized swimming druid would be a very rare subset. Though honestly, maybe not. I think if there was I think there are some athletic druids out there in the multiverse. Runner druids would be pretty common, believe it or not. Biking druids as well. I don't know. There'd be, I think, quite a few different kinds. Oh man, actually there'd be plenty of wrestle druids. Like druids that got buff and then got into wrestling, like got into like WWE wrestling. Like that's definitely a possibility. That would be great. Those would be the most insane goddamn timelines. I'm kind of realizing this is also a little bit in line with the idea of well, maybe not exactly. In terms of the Meeseeks from Rick and Morty, just these same guys with essentially slightly different personalities. Ugh. I would say that druids probably wouldn't have. Oh, we would have some fucking bowling alleys though. Holy shit. Oh my god. There'd be a bowling alley every fucking block. It's the fucking official pastime. Got bored, went bowling. Holy shit. I don't know if there would be many golfing druids, but I do want to say that there would be. However, we would probably like look into taking a druid golfing league to a different country as a desire to not acquire golf courses in our own land. It's not an efficient use of our limited territory and our limited ability to gain territory to build golf courses. You know what I mean? Shit. Oh man, if you walked down, so I'm imagining like those San Francisco-esque apartments. If you walked past those, like 9 out of 10 houses would have wipe your paws mats. Yeah, I think there would be a lot of designer druidesses. Sorry, druids. There would be a lot of designer druids, but not a lot of actual programmer or artist druids. But I do also think that the druid game buying populace would say, oh, that game sounds really cool. I should like make sure they make that, but not rush them. Don't rush them. And the game developer druids would be like, we're going to take our time to make sure like the best game possible. And everybody else would be like, you know what? That's fair. That's totally cool. We're super down to see this game come out. And every game would sell at least 1 million copies. Because there's 1 million druids who would instinctually all want to play it. Oh, God. That's hilarious. I was thinking about game developer druid. I do think that a bunch of the game programmer druids would probably band together and make a druid engine that like makes sense to druids and is like laid out in a way that makes sense to us and our like fucked up stupid brains. And that anybody else, if they tried to use it, they'd be like, why are any of these controls in these places where they currently are? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Oh, that was a bad move. So that would be fun. There would be a lot of musical druids. I can say that for certain. God, there'd be so much live music in Druid Avenue. You would have, oh my, and you'd have so many different types of musical druid too. It wouldn't just be like, it wouldn't just be rock druid, metal druid. It'd be like, there'd be punk druids, there'd be fucking prog rock druids, there'd be classical druids. Oh, the music scene would be fantastic. We would single-handedly revive CDs. Because you could guarantee you would sell 1 million CDs if you're Carly Rae Jepsen or Metallica. In fact, the state would negotiate on behalf of all druids to ensure that Metallica records were purchased in bulk to be distributed to every druid in a sort of socialist Metallica listener way. Our druid dues, which we refer to the taxes as druid dues because it's funnier than taxes. We would all, like, every druid comedian, every druid stand-up comedian would refer to Druid Avenue. We would all applaud really loudly, even though we all, as like a collective joke that we all thought was stupid and dumb. Of like, why are we applauding? We all live here. Of course we all think it's amazing here. Which we all laugh at and think is hilarious, except for the stand-up comedian druids who, funnily enough, because they do it all the time, have gotten tired of that joke. Oh, man. I would also say that we would have Metallica concerts that, like, all druids were available to come to. The state would pay Metallica to play, as well as Carly Rae Jepsen. And they would be allowed to, and they would be like paid by the state their asking price to come and perform. But they would also like sell merch, which is where they would get a lot of money out of us from, because we're suckers for merch. Everybody outside of Druid Avenue would think that we all were just like pompous assholes who always used the Royal We, until they got there and they were like, oh, they literally meant we. We would not want to play Smash against one another, though. It would just not be very interesting. None of us are, like, actually good enough at, like, playing Smash. But we would be super down to, like, team up on, You know what? I take that back. We would probably have druids that got really into Smash and got really good at Smash. But also druids who aren't, and they could, like, work together to get achievements in the game. And to get, like, and to put on, like, good shows and stuff. Oh, man. Game Dev Druid Tycoon. But yeah, I think there would be plenty of programmer druids if they were like had the opportunity to learn more. So down with engaging with druid culture. Well, yeah, that's the thing is like we would all have the same sense of humor, and so we would all do things that we were like collectively we acknowledge that it's not actually like advantageous or like necessary, but it's funny, and so we're gonna do it. There would be one problem in Druid Avenue of like you would need to have. Oh man. Okay, now we're getting into really like con worlding here. Sorry, give me a moment. So, one of the things that I think is like, one of the things that was, that I've seen on Tumblr that was super neat was someone mentioned the idea of giving ornate knives to one's partner instead of a ring. And I can imagine there being plenty of smith druids who are really into smithing. And I swear to God, 90% of them would absolutely say, got a lot of good pieces out here if you're willing to buy. More in store. More good stuff inside. Whatever what's the line again? I haven't played Skyrim in so long. But yeah, they would definitely quote Adrian Evanici from Skyrim whenever someone passed by their shop. Taxis with druids Drubers would always have somebody be like, climbing back, and they'll be off. There would definitely be a situation where we would be like, all right, Druid Council, let's avoid too much driving. One, because it's bad for the environment, but two, it just clogs the roads, and we have like no roads to clog. And a bunch of druids would be like, yeah, walking's nice, too. We can have delivery druids, you know. Delivery druids would be disallowed from working in the rain or any unsafe conditions. Not that any druids would ever order from a delivery druid in the rain, but, you know, you gotta keep those outsiders in check, too. Oh, God. Well, it's a two-way road, I would assume. You know what I mean? Like, I've been imagining it this entire time as being roads that go two ways. Yeah, so, you know. I don't know. I've always thought that the avenue as being like a 2 or 3 lane. Let's say I imagine it as a 2-lane roadway, 2 lanes each way, so 4 lanes, and then on the side of each lane is a parking lane in front of all the businesses that are all along the avenue. That's what I imagine. We're gonna walk down to Druid Avenue, high-fiving other druids. Gonna buy some Swedish fish at the bodega. Pet the cat. Pet that cat. That's just the song as I imagined it. But in fairness, not all druids buy Swedish fish. Oh my god. Yeah, there'd be bodega cats. But they wouldn't be like mascots per se. They would just be cats that live there. And we would be, and every druid would try equally hard to get the cat's attention, but the cat would only get used to a few druids. I also, in my head, can imagine that all druids, after a significant number of years, begin to smell different. So the cats can tell us apart, as well as we can tell each other apart. But we all attempt to get the cat's attention, and the cat's just like, wow, wow. And we're like, oh, but kitty, I hurt you. Cat would be like, wow. No, it would be more of a, like, the bodega, because, you know, I don't want to imagine a world where Meow is a mean cat. So, to me, the idea is, like, we are all just equally bad at getting cats' attention, except for Nyan Druid. Nyan Druid is a very good druid at getting cats' attention. But it's partially because he dresses like a cat and wears cat ears and says, oh, whoa, a lot, and it's a little weird. He took the oh whoa thing a little far, but no one wants to call him on it now. That joke earlier about Nyan Druid was meant to be an extension of, like, there's cat druids and dog druids, and that's one of the only, like, divisive situations in the entire Druid Avenue. Is just whether or not you're a cat druid or a dog druid. We don't judge you. Most of us don't judge you differently for being a cat druid or a dog druid. But if you're very strongly against one or the other, we definitely do judge you. Even if you are another druid. It's a very complex situation. We're still working it out. Well, there we go. Jealous is the wrong word, but we would definitely be like, oh, you pet the kitty. It's like, yeah, we would all do the same thing. We'd be like, yeah, okay, so here's what you have to do for the kitty. You have to, like, be really patient. I've been coming here, like, every night for, like, 5 months. Oh, I've only been coming here for 3 months. Yeah, exactly. You gotta really be patient. And honestly, you have to make the cat want to have you pet them more than you want to pet them. You know what I mean? Kind of. I know what you phrase it really weirdly, but I know what you mean. Of course you do. We're druids. Of course you do. The phrase "of course you do" would be very common around here. There'd be a lot of cat advice. I was gonna say about the ornate dagger thing. All non-druids who marry druids get different daggers, and their druid husbands have matching daggers. And that way you can always know if you're not very well attuned to which druid is which. You could always know if you have your right druid because that druid will have a knife matching your own knife. It'll be a fashion statement after a while. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's like literal real knives. Like there's a smith druid who spends all day making very beautiful ornate knives. And they're gorgeous and amazing. And they represent each relationship a little differently because every relationship, even amongst the same person, is different. And so, Smith Druid works very hard. God, day in, day out. Guy is the most popular druid in town. He loves his job, too. That Smith Druid. He fucking loves his job. Because he gets to see so much happiness all the time. That's all every druid wants is to see other people be happy and to feel happiness themselves. That's the binding principle that holds Druid Avenue together. And if we should ever let that falter, we will disassemble Druid Avenue. We will let it burn to the ground before we let the barbarians take this place and render it into a place of non-joy. Yeah, smithing is not cheap, but it's super worth it. And like, everybody loves Smithing Druid and thinks the Smith Druid does just the greatest work. Because Smith Druid has spent a long time. Lots of people come, and Smith Druid additionally, to keep prices down on the really ornate stuff. Smith Druid also holds smithing classes where you can go and learn to make a sword or a shield, or not a shield, a sword, or like a knife or like an axe or something. And like, everybody loves those because they're fun. It's like those classes where you go to learn to make a painting, but instead of a painting, it's a fucking battle axe. And you can go home and put it on your wall and be like, yeah, I made that. And everybody comes over and is like, what? No, you didn't. It's like, yeah, Smith Druid's lessons. Like, oh, that's Smith Druid. What a guy. Am I right? Best Druid. Best Druid. I'd vote him for mayor if he ran. That's why he won't run, though. Oh, don't I know it? Don't I know it? Man. I like to believe that Smith Druid would likely... I think Smith Druid would be given work that really doesn't need to be done by a smith. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want Smith Druid to have to do non-Druid work. Less because we don't like non-Druids, and more because non-Druids can be kind of demanding sometimes. And kind of mean. And I don't want Smith Druid to get discouraged. I'm glad this is your best stream. So I want to believe that Smith Druid would be contacted for like jobs that are no longer smith jobs in our modern day and age. Like, the dude makes shower rods, you know what I mean? Like, he'll make anything. He gets a lot of druid work to make anything and everything, and he loves making smithing stuff, and he loves teaching smithing. There could be like apprenticeship programs where other countries send people to Smith Druid, and Smith Druid teaches them how to make things. I want to imagine that. I would also... No, I don't think... While I think Druid Avenue's public education systems would be great, I don't think we would have competitive universities. On the grounds that it would be... We wouldn't want to pay the exorbitant rates necessary to get people out of the United States and over to Druid Avenue. And getting people to be tenured and stuff would be really hard. We'd rather invest in everyone's education than just those who want to go to higher education institutions. But there would be quite a few scholarship programs, I would like to believe. I want to win this, but I don't have any badges, so I might get fucked on. Yep. Welcome to... Oh, no, I'm not getting fucked on. Never mind. That's... Yeah! I got a KO! Oh, shit. Now I have a up. I don't have a problem. I'm not gonna die. I'm never gonna die. Thanks to the breakthroughs of druid scientists. I want to believe also that druids would invest heavily in other countries' like well-being, like insisting upon like investing in like GoFundMes for people in America with no health care, and oh shit. Well, there it goes. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm actually doing pretty fucking well as far as getting points goes. I feel like 300 in one night's pretty good. Yeah, at the same time is definitely not easy all the time. I don't know. I get kind of in a state where I kind of let my hands do their thing and my brain kind of do its own thing and then just start talking. Just kind of let it go. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've always had that ability, and it weirds out people I hang out with. Like, Nick always... I used to play, like, Pocket Camp and talk to Nick at the same time and, like, hold conversations with him. And he was like, that's just... It's weird to watch you do that. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's not that hard. It's mostly just giving the animals whatever they want. Hope you all enjoyed those good smacking sounds. Oh, I was also going to say earlier, I thought of this one. There would definitely be an all-druid soap opera called All My Druids. Oh, and all of the female druid actors who were on the like cast would play male characters, and female characters would be played by male druid actors in wigs. It would be very funny. We would do a great job. It'd be very satirical. But it'd also be very genuine. There'd be a lot of really heartfelt moments in our parody soap opera that we put a lot of time and effort into and care deeply about. Oh, there'd be... Oh my god, can't believe I didn't think about it. Of course there'd be fucking Druid Variety Hour shows. God, there'd be so many... It would be just blocks on blocks of Druid Variety Hour shows. There could be like, there could be like, what's it called? Game shows that are like based, that are like, because trivia would be boring because there's just too many of us. Like oh my god. We would not have our own Jeopardy, but we would have Jeopardy on every TV across the fucking entire avenue. Whenever Jeopardy comes on, daily. It would be an extremely important part of our television viewing schedule. I'm trying to think. What else? Oh, but I can imagine there'd be game shows that were like, all right, contestants, all right, everybody. Hi, I'm your game show host, Druid. Welcome to... And then the audience shouts the name, which is like, I don't know. This reminds me of that Star Trek episode where... Hello and welcome to this episode. This reminds me of that Star Trek episode where I'm your host, Dreward. Our contestants are Linguist Dreward 1776. Good to be here. Star Trek Dreward 1,000,004. Star Trek Dreward 15,965. Kapla! And Accountant Dreward number 45. Great to be here, Dreward. Thank you so much. Hi, Mom. And then the other two sheep are turning to the camera and going, hi, Mom. All right, contestants. As you well know, Star Trek is like a national pastime here on Dreward Avenue. But sometimes, things remind us of a Star Trek episode that we can't quite always remember the exact name of. For this game, for those who don't know, and who doesn't know, audience laughs. The contestants must guess which episode certain images remind our game, Dreward, of certain episodes of Star Trek. Game Dreward changes every week. It is a lot like that show with the Beast on GSN, but instead of general knowledge trivia and multiple people, it's a bunch of Drewards all trying their fucking damnedest to make sure that we figure out just what Star Trek episode this reminds me of. I'm done. So it's like, contestants, are you ready to meet your game, Dreward? All right, turn him around. And it's like, oh man, welcome back to the program, Stream Dreward 1337, the most popular Stream Dreward. What's up, YouTube? It's your boy. I think that people on Dreward Avenue who are non-Drewards, I'll get back to that. I like that. I like the thought of how non-Drewards feel about being on Dreward Avenue. And so, essentially, and like they show pictures, and it's like an orange on a black field, and they're like, contestants, what episode does this remind our game to Dreward of? And they all had to guess, like, it's that one where is it Meridian? Is it Meridian? Are they reminded of Meridian? Because I don't think Meridian was orange, but I think that might have reminded them. That might be the reminder there. Ooh, sorry, not Meridian. Oh my god, we would all love that show too, because we'd all be like, oh, it's this episode right here. I know which one it is. And we'd all like get different things, but because it's a different Dreward each time, there's no telling what shows they might know. So like, you could get an Accountant Dreward as your game Dreward, and then he might not know anything but Next Gen. And as a result, he's just like, it's the episode where Barkley gets his brain tapped into by aliens to make him super intelligent and also a good actor for some reason. Yeah, that was weird. And they all just are like, oh, damn. Yep. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's just how the weenie wiggles. And everybody laughs in the audience. It's like, oh man, have we paid Wisconsin this month for that incredible addition to our culture? Oh, fuck, what? I would imagine that Outsiders in Druid Avenue would have to adjust, and I think some, maybe the ones that came there for work. I think that the game druid would very often make really I think the game druid and the host druid would do like Star Trek references back and forth in the midst of the episode, and everyone would laugh. Like, I don't know. I just want to find a use for the phrase, I don't think Constable Odo has a mother. But yeah, I can definitely imagine there being like, political commentary on television. And definitely there's like a designated Star Trek druid on hand at all times just to say what we're all thinking. And he really does say what we're all thinking. This reminds me of that episode of Discovery where they go to that planet that's like got new technology on it, and the guy's like, oh man, we'll be from somewhere else because that would make no sense, and everybody else is like, no, we gotta be religious for reasons. It's not a very good episode of Discovery, but it's better than everything else. Oh my god. That would absolutely be like the fucking job of one druid who's designated like as such. Just to make sure that there's no, because I can imagine that initially the druids would have like a call-in feature where you could call in to be on, what's it called? On the show. You could call in to like give your thoughts like on C-SPAN. But it kept turning into, it just reminds me of this episode of Star Trek where, and like, it would turn into that for hours, and they would get off track and run over the time, and they would mess up CSI, which a lot of druids just turn on for its background noise. But when it gets preempted and changed by breaking news, they're like, oh, come on. And so like they established a designated Star Trek druid to be on hand for the news at all times, which is very funny. Yeah. And there's definitely places where it's like, you don't need to, every haircut druid, like, it becomes tradition after enough references where if, you don't refer to your barber as a lunkhead, then you... Oh my god. If you don't refer to your barber as a lunkhead, then they will not cut your hair. You're just never going to be taken care of. It's a reference to TNG, for those who don't know. I believe it's Data's Day, but I haven't seen Data's Day in a minute. Yeah, that's why. And then I think there would be, I think we would export druids. There would be druids who would be sent out to be part of other political commentary situations, and at least one of them would be a designated translator of Star Trek references between like news agencies, who has to be like, oh, like people be like, I'm sorry, what the fuck on, it's like, what the fuck does rocks and shoals mean? Oh, it's the episode where they, no, it's not. They mean a different episode. What's the context? And they give the context like, oh, they're referring to a different episode. They got that one wrong again. No, they find a ship. Cisco and crew find a ship in the middle of the Gamma Quadrant that they want to like hoard for themselves. That's a ship from the Gamma Quadrant, from the Dominion, and they're trying to make sure they hold on to that. And so they negotiate poorly with the Vorta who's sent to deal with them. Who's like kind of hitting on Cisco a bit at points. It's not really relevant to your question, but it is important to me to note that. But yeah, that's what they're getting at, is essentially it's just a reference to a situation where negotiations went poorly, even though everyone's best interests were there, and if only they trusted each other, they would definitely be fine. It's like, Jesus. How do you guys keep track of all this shit? Repetition. It's like Darmok and Jalad. What's Darmok and Jalad? Oh. Never mind. No, tell me. It's the episode of Star Trek where Captain Picard gets beamed down to a planet with a weird guy he doesn't understand because the guy only speaks in metaphor. But the metaphors he speaks in are related to stories that they pass down through his people. So he and his people know what the metaphors mean, even though no one else does. And so that's essentially how we understand things too. We just understand it as essentially a Darmok and Jalad type thing. Oh, that's actually an extremely apt comparison. You understand! It's for nerds! Oh. But it's an apt comparison. I'll take it. Oh my god. Druid interpreter. Pretty much. I was talking about something else before. I forgot what it was. Oh, man. There was some kind of question. Damn. Wouldn't be a known or a good business if you didn't have a resident Star Trek druid. But yeah, it would definitely be a situation where there's like sorry. There definitely wouldn't be, but I can definitely say that any colleges that are in the area that Druids would want to go to, if they offered, we would have to. Yeah, I think the thing is, Druid Avenue would make it a, like, we would all reference, like, Star Trek and certain video games so much that, like, there is an understanding of Druid culture, but I think that it would be sort of informal enough where it's, like, it's mainly Star Trek, and if you ask nicely, they will explain it to you. They will not. They don't like to hoard their knowledge. They don't like to do that. Man, I just want to fucking good. Sorry. Oh. There's so many good dogs. There'd be so many good dogs on Druid Avenue. But I do think that, like, adjacent bordering environments would eventually get to the point where they were like, you know what? We're just gonna, like... in order to even communicate with these people, sometimes you have to just fucking reference Star Trek, so... But I think that it would become a thing where, like, after a couple of years of just average references, Star Trek, like, people who try to take advantage of Druid Avenue through Star Trek would start to like crop up, and it would become a directive that we take over as like a cultural choice and sort of say to each other like, this is an unofficial decision, you're not beholden to this, but if someone like keep the references to a minimum outside of our circles, you know, think of it like our own sort of language or situation that you wouldn't want someone else to get a hold of and warp to their perceptions. Because otherwise you could have people being like, we're receiving a shipment from Druid Avenue today. How many bars of gold pressed latinum do we owe you this time? And Druids would be like, no. You think it's funny, but we hear that joke all the time, and you're not being cute. You're trying to take advantage of me. I don't like it. Woo. The ooh-woo would definitely be the part that everybody would find the most confusing. Because then you'd have people who were like super weebs, who would be like, and like furries who were like, finally, a paradise for us. And they would get over here and be like, there's no fursuits. There's hardly any anime. Why do they say ooh-woo so much? We would be like, it's just what we do. And then they would be like, well, this isn't any fabled land for us. We must leave now. Sorry. Ooh-woo. Don't you ooh-woo me. Okay, fine. Shit. Didn't know you were gonna be so grumpy about it, but okay. You wanna be a grumpity Gus? Don't you call me a grumpity Gus. Oh, man. I will say that our TV would definitely be way less censored than American TV, but it would also have, like, way more sensitive, like, content warnings and stuff. Like, we would be careful to be like, hey, we're gonna say fuck a bunch, so keep that in mind. That's normal for Druid TV. But this is going to be really fucking violent. There's like a lot of violence in this. And blood, and a dude's eyes get gouged out. It's bad. So like, be ready, be warned, be prepared, have a good time. Ooh. Yeah. Well, and you know, the asshole rules are definitely... they're enforced with a very mild hand, if it makes sense. They're not like zero tolerance, no asshole policies. You know what I mean? It's more of like, hey, if you're consistently an asshole and make everybody's day less bright by being in it, then you need to straighten up and fly right, buckaroo. Or you're gonna have to find yourself or you're gonna be given a one-way ticket out of Druid Avenue with a fucking job offer from an asshole corporation in America or some other asshole nation for assholes. Because otherwise, you know, you couldn't have a bad day. You couldn't ever express dissatisfaction in something or be like, man, I've been to this fucking Whataburger goddamn 10 times. And every fucking time, I get shitty food. How do you fuck up Whataburger this bad? It's not even like that big of a problem, you know? It's not even like a thing that you should be able to fuck up. It's like corporate food. How are you fucking up corporate food? Explain that to me. People would be like, oh man, I just died. But it would be like, you know, the no asshole policy would be definitely an important part of the discussion. But yeah, I do think that people who went to Druid Avenue would, like visitors or tourists would be like, wow, this is a weird fucking place. Druid Avenue, I should also add, would be essentially an extremely nice, well-paved road for the length of the land declared to be Druid Avenue, and then both ends of it would be like one-lane dirt roads that lead back to America. Essentially because we wouldn't want people to try and take a detour through Druid Avenue to get to work faster because America can't update their goddamn roads well enough, and we invest in our infrastructure. Thank you very much. I'm trying to think of what, like, Druids who, like, decide to go outside the diaspora, or, like, expat Druids, what they would end up, like, what jobs they would fill. You know what I mean? Because there's gotta be expat Druids who are just like, you know, I'm a citizen of Druid Avenue. I live there most of the time, but I work in the United States, and so non-Prime Druids react to the friends of Prime Druid. I think for the most part, because the split would happen, it's important to note they have all my memories and all of my experiences up to 2013. So I think for the majority of them, the people I hang out with, they would mostly be like, oh yeah, that person's nice. That person's nice. They're a good person. You know, they're a swell person to be around. I think that a few of them would, like, revere certain individuals as being, like, really, really fucking funny when they actually are just themselves. Like Cullen. Like, I've always thought Cullen was super fucking funny. And so I can only imagine what would happen if he went to Druid Avenue and just was himself around all the Druids. Because everywhere he goes, someone knows who he is. Oh, man. That would be fucking... People would be like, oh my god, are you Colin? Real Colin? Here in my bodega with my bodega cat? It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Sorry, I don't want to call you sir. That seems weird. I feel like I know you. Oh, man. Sorry. You probably get this all the time. You feel like a celebrity. It would probably make him very uncomfortable. But I think that most non-Prime Druids would find most of my friends to be, my friends and acquaintances to be quite good to be around. I think that there would be a lot of, yeah, and like, you know, my mother would be probably like her own strange celebrity. Like, any druid who meets her would be extremely like, oh, it's my mom! Hi, Mom! And like go for a hug or whatever. Even if, technically speaking, that's not their mom. Like, if they're a clone, other than me, essentially, every druid but me, like, they're a clone, so they only think that she's their mother because of their memories being my memories. But, man, I think that there would definitely be some non-Prime druids who would... I think there would be an understanding of, like... It's a bit like that Star Trek episode where there's this idea in Trill society that you shouldn't interact with people, especially spouses. Well, only spouses, really. You shouldn't have relationships with spouses of your former hosts, because Trills are little worms are in their bellies. And the host body dies, but the Trill can live for hundreds of years. So the idea is essentially you don't interact with people who you wouldn't know that way as your current host. And obviously they do understand. And the main idea is because it can influence you in ways that aren't healthy for you. You relive and rehash old traumas and old problems and go through the same cycles of behavior again and again and again, and it gets you into a rut. And so I think similarly, but not a little bit differently as well, there would be kind of a idea of like, okay, if this person is a friend of one druid, try not to overwhelm them by being friends with their friends. It's not forbidden. It's not even frowned upon. But keep in mind that most people will get kind of confused, and it wouldn't be super cool of you. And we want you to be cool. We want you guys to be fucking cool, okay? But yeah, I think that they would I think that, honestly, certain, like... certain people on Tumblr or Twitter would have hundreds of thousands of followers all of a sudden. Because it'd be like, oh, cool. That's, yeah, that's, you know, that's Drew's friend. That's Prime Drew's friend. Let's not be weird to them or anything, but, you know, it's Prime Drew's friend. They're funny. We enjoy them. Texas Tumblers would be real. At the very least, because, oh my God, that would make you and Maggie celebrities in a heartbeat. Oh man, God, that would be fucking. You guys would be inundated with opportunities if Texas Tumblers was a thing that like all druids could tune into. You know what I mean? Because like. I can imagine plenty of druids who would be like, man, I need art for... oh, do you think? And like they would turn to the druid next to them and be like, no, it's stupid. No, say it. No, it's dumb. Come on. You know me. They point at each other and make that same stupid laugh. No, I just thought maybe I could get Maggie to make art for me. Maggie, like Texas Tumblers Maggie? Yeah, that Maggie. Oh, man. She's probably busy, don't you think? I don't know. Maybe. But maybe not. You know, nothing venture, nothing gain. That's what Prime Druid says. Prime Druid's an asshole. Hey, Prime Druid is not an asshole. Sorry, I couldn't get it out. No, couldn't get it out. That dude definitely is an asshole. Yeah, 100%. Love him, though. Yeah, I agree to disagree on that one. Maggie would never want for work ever again. But you, Walrus, you would never get anything done. Because at least, you know, there'd be multiple streamer druids, including Druid 1337, which is, Stream Druid 1337, the coolest stream druid. You would have no fucking time in your day if you tried to watch all of their streams. You know what I mean? There would be so many druid streams. Texas Tumblr's merch in Druid Avenue. The flag is the ooh-woo face. But that's the thing, though, is like, think about it. There would always be a druid streaming at some time of the day. You know what I mean? There would always be some druid streaming at any time of the day. Any game you could imagine. So, like, it would be absolute. We'd have our own Twitch server. We'd have to put our own Twitch server in Druid Avenue to be able to handle the fucking upload. I just mean that, like, can you imagine having to choose watching me Prime Druid? Which I think you would still watch me Prime Druid, not necessarily just because of, like, oh, I'm devoted to Prime Druid, but because, like, you've known me the longest, and all these other Druids will have different life experiences, and, different, like, they'll have slightly different wants and needs and stuff. They'll be mostly the same, and most of the stream Druids will probably be the same, but, man. I just imagine that, like, there'd be a stream Druid, probably 1337, that fucking handsome asshole, who streams Payday 2 and would be like super down to do Payday 2 with you and is essentially the same person as me. Can you imagine how much that would fucking tear you in twain for me to be like, yeah, I'm gonna play, I don't know, Majora's Mask again, and you're like, oh no, but, oh no. Yeah. You would have to build the rapport with all the other Druids the same way you did with me. And they would probably be like, who the fuck is Walrus? Until, like, one of them was like, oh yeah, Walrus is one of Prime Drew's friends. It's like, oh, is that okay for us to interact with them? I mean, like, through their stream, yeah. There's, you know, the Druid code of conduct about interacting with Prime Drew friends is ridiculously complex. So many quotes pages to keep. That's what I mean. You would have quotes pages to keep up. You would have, like, imagine that there's, like, Druids of all types doing all kinds of improvisational games like this one simultaneously live on Twitch. Your little heart would explode. So that's my thought on that. Yeah, you would. That's what I mean. You would literally never be able to get anything done. Like, you would be like, I don't want to miss out on, like, Druid 1337 is gonna do fucking I don't even know. Like, what? There would be at least 5 League of Legends Druids, one of whom spends, like, money on microtransactions. Only one. The other 4 don't. They don't play together. They don't get along well. They all want to play top lane. That's their problem. None of them want to fucking do jungle ADC. Jungle and ADC are different, aren't they? Jungle ADC are different? Okay. I know that I know that ADC is like a modifier. You can be like... yeah, they definitely would. The LoL Druids would not be fucking around. Let me be real with you. Any Druid that you could see on this platform would not be fucking around. Unlike this, or except for Druids like me. There'd be a number of Druids like myself who would absolutely be fucking around. But that's like their whole shtick, so, you know. ADC is bottom lane with support. Okay. I couldn't remember the whole situation. Oh, ADC stands for attack damage carry, right? And then I'm trying to think of ability power is the other one. And I don't remember what that one is or where they go. If they go top, maybe. I don't even know. I'm trying to get out of this situation I found myself in this game, and I can't do it. That was my way out. That was my opportunity to get out of this fucking situation. I frunked it! Oh, there'd be so many chef druids. There'd be so many druids that were into cooking. There would be fucking so many pizza druids. You don't even understand. Druid Avenue would be the new pizza capital of America. Fuck this druid. Where's Tetris druid? Oh, Christ. I looked away to look at chat to see things about stuff, and I got fucked up. I got fucked up, bro. Bro, I got fucked up. There'd be a bro druid? There would not. There actually probably would be at least one bro druid, but that might be the rarest kind of druid. Because everybody else would be like, he is being ironic about it, right? He's not being literal, right? What is Tetris druid? God, Tetris druid would be a fucking nightmare. Tetris druid would never play anything but Tetris, and I think it'd be two Tetris druids. I think is the situation. There would be one that's the gameplay Tetris druid and one that's the rant. 3 Tetris druids. There'd be 3 of them. There'd be one that did the gameplay only, one that did the political ranting, and one that did the like hypothetical con worlding, con langing, stuff like that. So, which is essentially what I'm doing right now, but I also do other things. And so, third druid wouldn't be very good at Tetris. Second druid wouldn't be very good at Tetris. First druid wouldn't fucking speak the entire goddamn time. And the only thing Tetris druid would do, Tetris druid would have a webcam on. And every time Tetris druid got #1 at Tetris 99, which is every fucking time, Tetris druid would have CDs on his glasses and would flip his head forward, just swing them in front of him, look at the camera, and hold A to start again and flip them back. That's all he would do. And people would live for it. Fucking, the chat would be exclusively PogChamps all the time. And Crygasms. Don't get me wrong. That one too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're totally right. The most common thing in, so the most common thing in each of their chats started with Hypothetical Druid. Hypothetical Druid would have, like, questions like, should apples be on pizza? And Hypothetical Druid would be like, oh, man, I actually have thought about this a lot. Go on a whole rant. Political Druid would get questions like, but Druid, how can we ensure that people are given the ability to do things freely if the government controls so much of our lives? And he goes, well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. Meanwhile, the most common thing in chat on, in Tetris Gameplay Druid's stream is a toss-up between either Tetris Maximus, PogChamp, or T-Spin Crygasm. Oh man, would Political Druid get questions about Druid Avenue? Possibly, but I'd like to believe that Druid Avenue would be a reasonable enough place that political druid wouldn't have too much to say. You know what I mean? It would mainly be like, Nyan Druid is a fucking dumbass and is a weird cat boy, and I wish he would stop dressing like that all the time. It'd be drama. Druid Avenue commentary would be drama. I don't honestly get into Texas politics very often when I'm on here. Certainly not local politics of my actual city. I get into like nation scale politics. So it would probably be more of like, he'd be more upset about the injustices of other nations than Druid Avenue's minor failures, if any. Now, he probably would be the first one to note any failures of the Druid Avenue political system, which would be hilarious. I was here? Yeah, there you go. I like to believe that Druid Avenue would be a good enough political environment, at least for the Druids, I should hope, that, oh, I remember what I wanted to talk about earlier. That they wouldn't have much to complain about other than like, oh, we've gone through a lot of expansion lately, and the buses are running a little slow right now. We have to adjust things. It's not convenient. Or like there's no parking because there's a lot of people who moved in with cars lately, and so all the motorcycle druids are all boasting because they got motorcycles that can park wherever they want. But they, they're nice guys. They wear a lot of leather, but they're nice guys. I don't know. I want to believe that you guys are unique enough that there wouldn't be like a individualized there wouldn't be like an identical person for each stream. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this same discussion would happen on Hypothetical Druid stream because I think he would have people who are far sillier with less like interestingly deep questions. He would get dumb, silly questions like, should apples go on pizza? Can you put calamari on pizza? Oh, pizza-related thoughts. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I just mean that, like, I think you guys are unique enough where there's no one just like you. You know what I mean? There's no one who I think would fill the role the same way you guys do. They would be different enough to where it wouldn't be... It wouldn't even have the same behaviors. I wanted to comment because Walrus brought up an interesting question earlier about how people who live in Druid Avenue feel about Druid Avenue if they're non-Druids. And I want to believe people who are non-Druids in Druid Avenue would feel comfortable expressing, like, you know what, it's kind of weird some days to only ever see one person 50 times. Definitely not what I would normally think. What? Was it? No. That's the diaspora. Oh, okay, I can't get past that. Trivia! I don't want to misapply this response. Oh, yeah, well, there's just a theory. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Would there be a Drew that constantly corrects me? That's every Drew, buddy. It actually was not past the chat limit, but every Drew, there is no post 2013 Drew that doesn't attempt to correct people all the time. It's not meant to be an insult. It just does come across that way sometimes. So I want to believe that the kinds of people who would end up succeeding on Druid Avenue and living there and getting along well are the kinds of people who learn to make jokes to Druids all the time, knowing that the odds of getting the same Druid twice are very unlikely. So all they have to do is find like a good joke that will make me laugh. It doesn't need to be even a genuinely good joke. But just like, as long as, I feel like they would have a good time as long as they were like, they knew how to like make sure that the Druids around them stayed laughing and happy. I think that the people who married a Druid who get to move here would all move here as though it's a real place. God, I wish. Secretly, I live on Druid Avenue. I'm just trying to make it sound like it's fictional so that you guys don't try to come find it. It's like El Dorado, but real. It's not real. Unfortunately for everyone, Druid Avenue is not real. Can't stress this enough. Not real. But I think that people who moved there because they married a Druid would probably come to the point where they were like, you know what? All of these Druids are similar enough to my Druid that they're essentially the same person. And like, I love my Druid more than every other Druid. Obviously, I know them better. But all these Druids are fine by me. And that would be like a thing that unites non-Druids, is like, we all like Druids enough to be here, you know? Even if they do reference Star Trek incessantly, God, just all the time, they would have like no Star Trek. I can guarantee that there would be no Star Trek zones where the non-Druids would be like, no discussion of Star Trek in this area. And, like, a lot of Druids would be like, oh, that's not okay. And at least one Druid would have to be explained, like, look, we do discuss it all the time. They need a break. We love it, but they don't always love it. And those non-Star Trek areas are actually run by non-Star Trek Druids who they themselves aren't interested in Star Trek. They never went down the rabbit hole of DS9 and ended up being in love with the show. So they're just like, next gen's good, but it's not like life-changing. God damn. I mean, that would be fucking crazy if there was a real Druid Avenue, but I didn't know about it as Prime Druid. That would make me question the motives of them keeping me out. Am I just too unsavory an addition to their utopian society? What? Am I too much of a loser for your fucking utopia? They would, at least one of them would probably be like, unfortunately, dude, yeah, you really are. It's like, and other druids would be like, stop. And it's like, what? I'm not going to lie to the dude. It's one druid making sure that I, the prime druid, never interfere. They don't know how it'll affect their culture. They don't know how it'll affect their entire gym jam. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if you lived in a place where everybody looked precisely the same, and suddenly you found out, like, who the original was. Wouldn't you want to meet that person? And if you met that person and they were just a fucking weirdo and kind of a loser, wouldn't you be like, oh, well, why the fuck? How have we succeeded? This guy sucks. And I don't mean that in a mean, self-deprecating way. I mean that in a, how did we build an entire civilization? How did we build an entire civilization out of the building blocks of the DNA of this guy who doesn't have a fucking job right now? He doesn't do anything all day. He plays video games and lies to the internet. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop soon for my voice. King Korg, good job. Yeah, there's like a council of prime druid observers, and they're like, oh man. I will say this: if if they are willing to invite me to live in their society, please God, take me whenever you feel like. Just fucking break in my house, put a black bag over my head, and drag me to Druid Avenue. No, I don't want them to draw you guys away from me. Woo. Oh, man. Oh, no. No, I'm sorry. It's not important. Don't worry. I'm not... By it's not important, don't worry. I mean, I'm not explaining it. Don't ask. I thought of something, but I'm not going to explain it. No. No. I'm not explaining it. This is a matter of Druid Avenue national security. I am not explaining it. Druid Avenue and Druid security. This is a matter of utmost importance, and I'm not explaining it under any circumstances. Torture me. I won't explain it. No, I won't explain it. Not even to you, Waluwu. It's, well, maybe I could explain the concept. Yes, I can explain the concept. So. But this stays between the few of us that are here. You reference this again, I'm gonna be very, very grumpy. Ooh, woo. Ooh, moo. So, in the contingency that time travel is invented, which I know is a terrible start to any explanation. I don't want to explain it, but I don't want anyone to feel like I'm being too, you know, whatever. In the contingency that time travel is invented and someone needs to pass a message to me through time travel by sending someone back or whatever, I have a word that I established in, I think, 2015 to be able to assert the validity of the statement. I have not told this word to anybody. I will not even mention the origin of the word or what it potentially even is or could be. I will just say that I have a passcode in case someone comes backwards in time and needs to tell me something. And I need to get a password from them. It's a single word password with a musical accompaniment. Or in space. You could define it as being 1 word, 2 words, 10, 15, 100, million. It's not really, it's more of a phrase. It's a word that could be written as 1 word or 2. But yeah, the idea is if somebody, this is a real thing, by the way. This is a real thing I actually have. Yeah. So that way, if any, like, it's a stupid contingency, but I want to make sure I have something in place just in case. So that way, if a message is sent to me through time travel, I can verify its validity, because as long as I intend to live, I intend to keep to occasionally, I might change it in a couple of years, to be honest. But the point is that that way, if someone needs to tell me a message, I can confirm that they're not just like, hey, I'm from the future, and I need you to tell me all your personal secrets right now so that I can make $1 billion in the future. Versus, like, which I know would be suspicious, but if they came back and they were like, the future relies on you. We need you to tell us this information. I'd be like, what's the password? What is it? And if they didn't get it right, no. And it's only a password that I know. So they would have to choose me specifically to get to send me a message. And further, only I would know the password, and I would only pass it on at the moment of sending the message or sending the person back in time. So, yeah, it's like a dumb contingency, but, you know, fuck, you never know what might happen. Fucking Skynet might get all weird about shit. And then what do we do? We're gonna need somebody whose Skynet can't compromise. Which is apparently me for some reason. Okay. But yeah, it's like it's like that thing in Arrival where the dude has the last words his wife spoke, and those are the message that is passed back through time to the guy. Spoilers for Arrival. Sorry about spoiling Arrival, though if you haven't seen Arrival already, first of all, it's quite good. You should, but also, if you haven't seen it already, I don't think you're going to. It's similar in, like, the terms of, like, the mechanism of that idea. Of, like, here, say this phrase to me. That way I'll know you're being genuine. But it's not the same phrase. I would want to confirm that so no one sends an operative back in time to tell me in war there are no winners, only widows. So, Walrus, does it actually remind you of an episode of Naruto, or are you just trying to be... Are you trying to Nick Rita me real quick? What's over here? Is this more... God damn it. Oh, Jesus, Justice Fury. For fuck's sake. You're gonna put shit like that in put shit like that in the goddamn shitpost hell. Don't besmirch my beautiful fucking server with your Auschwitz memes. For Christ's sake, man. Fuck's sake. Get that shit out of there. Oh my god. It would to confirm for to fucking put the spotlight on Justice Fury. Put the spotlight on Justice Fury. It was a meme which was someone at Auschwitz it was a historical image of Auschwitz with someone seemingly making a dab-like motion akin to the dabbing. I don't know if it's a dance move or what it is. It's like a meme. It's like T-posing. It's more of a meme than a dance move. And it said Auschwitz was lit as fuck, and then had a bunch of 100 emojis. It was bad. Jesus fucking Christ. We don't live in 2016 anymore, man. You can't make Nazi jokes right now. It's true. It's not 2015 anymore. We can't make Nazi jokes. We lost that privilege when we got a fucking Nazi elected as president. There's the political rant. And that means it's time for me to call it a break. I do find it funny that I don't even remember why I decided to describe me being, hot takes during all of Druid Avenue. I think that, I think it's funny because I don't remember why I established Druid Avenue as being like a place. I think I was just trying to avoid using the phrase the zone. And I was like, here we are on Druid Street. And I changed it to Druid Avenue at some point. And it has been one of my fucking favorite goddamn memes ever since. Oh. Yeah. Everybody who usually watches political rant, Tetris Druid, is like, this weak shit, get out of here. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I believe that. Ugh. I also want to clarify, I referred to the cloning as an accident. I think the accident was that there were only supposed to be 100 Druids, and there ended up being 1 million. And that's a lot of Druids. I had somebody that was something that was said to me in 2013. Someone wanted to make someone wanted 100 clones of me, so that they could just like, because they just enjoyed me so much as a person. And then more recently, whenever I was at the pizza place, someone was like, I wish we just had like 100 of you. And I was like, weirdly enough, that's not the first time I've heard someone say that. Believe it or not, people have made this request previously of the universe. Oh, Christ. This is gonna be my last one, I think. Oh, boy. I don't think I can make this save, if I'm being honest with everybody. Yeah, no, I can't. Asking for 100 of me? I didn't work with drama. So, no. I don't remember who said that. Someone said that, though. I'm going to watch all these pictures of it. Oh, by the way, I fucking adore sort algorithms being visualized on YouTube. It's my favorite fucking thing in the universe. But no, as far as I know, Drama did not ever request for more than one of me. Thankfully. All right. Well, we've done our part for today. Do I need to get... Is it 100 points and then I get multiple... I thought I had to just get the highest score to be able to get... I thought I had to get the highest, like... I thought I needed hundreds and hundreds of points to be able to get the $10. I thought it was like 100 points is a Tetris Maximus, and the more of those you get, the higher your score is. I thought it was a gross volume of points as opposed to... Oh. The top 999 players with the most event points will each get 999 My Nintendo Gold points. Event points awarded on ranking sheets in each battle you compete in during the event. So, yeah. Plus. Well, Reddit is incorrect. Sorry to them. Reddit's wrong and I'm right. And that's the final tea for tonight. Thank you all for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow with more Tetris, for better or for worse. This stream was fucking weird, and I'm glad that we did essentially a 4-hour-long bit about Druid Avenue. I might have to make sure I figure out, because it essentially didn't waver from Druid Avenue after, like, I don't know, the first couple mentions of it. Like, it was essentially Druid Avenue from, like, when we brought it up all the way to the end of the fucking stream. Oh, boy. My point is less that, like, I could take highlights and more that there's, like, essentially one gigantic highlight that's 4 hours of the stream. I think Twitch allows those. I think. Oh, boy. But yeah, TM, if you write this story without me, then I will sue. Druid Avenue is my intellectual property, and since you are not a druid, you cannot use this intellectual property. So sorry, but it's me. It's my story, and I get to keep it. Thank you all for joining me. This has been a hell of a stream. Thank you to Justice Fury for hosting earlier. Thank you for putting up with this fucking rambling nonsense. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow for more Tetris. It's going to be a good time. Oh, I love this controller so goddamn much. Oh my god. Woo. Woo. Sorry. So, yeah. Dry socks. Full bellies. And a travel visa to Druid Avenue with the intent to watch a movie once you're there. Tell Movie Theater Druid that I would love tell the movie theater druid to layer your popcorn butter a lot, and he'll know what to do. That guy knows his shit. Have a good night, and I will see you all later.